Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Cold Topic Podcast. It's final episode. Here, 1 month away from our 3-year anniversary. We almost should have went one more time. Oh well.
Oh, well.
I am your
We'll
host.
just say we went 3 years.
Yeah, I am your host, Sacrabalic, the exploding supernova, and I am here with my co-host,
ConquertheJohn, a.k.a. John, a.k.a. Dad, a.k.a. I don't know, whatever else they call me. But welcome, everyone. How's he doing? How are we doing?
I'm doing great. This is the final episode. I don't have to be here anymore.
Fair enough, yeah. Fair enough.
All right. So, what have you been up to, John? What's going on?
I've been doing nothing but working and being a dad, and yeah, that's about it. I've also been hanging out with a new lady, which has been really nice.
Uh-huh.
The last while has been very busy, with vacation and birthdays and everything. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Back to school time is starting, so that means I'm working fucking forever.
I know. I picked up a bunch. So here's the trick. You go to Walmart. You can pick up a bunch of notebooks for like 10 to 35 cents. It was 35 cents this time. You just have fucking paper for the rest of the year.
I have so much, like, in my closet. I probably have like no lie, probably like 10 to 12 notebooks.
Oh, that's adorable.
From like fucking Amazon, because like I remember I ordered it for like the job I was doing or whatever. So now I just have a fuck ton and I never use them. So I'm just gonna have a limited paper for the rest of my life.
I have like 30. Because I buy 5 about every year. They're too cheap not to, and I go through paper pretty quickly.
Yeah, I have a lot of post-it notes too. Like I have I think 6 of these, like packs of these.
Mm-hmm.
I have like 10 or 12 in them. So I have enough post-its to like kill guys.
I'm not a big fan of post-it notes because they're sticky and they're tiny and I can't write a lot. I need like the full breadth of paper.
If you like, when I edit and stuff, I write a lot of stuff down and I'll stick it to the bottom of my monitor. So I'll have like the entirety of my monitor just filled with shit.
Hey, you know what? Do what you got to do. I keep a notebook. I keep like 17 notebooks near me at all times, actually.
Yeah.
At any given moment, I can grab like 12 of them.
I always got that pad, and then that's about it. I just have that in my pad.
I have a pad and a pen. That's it. What more do you need?
I don't even know where my pen is.
So you just have a pad. You have a piece. You have tiny pieces of paper you can't write on because you don't have an instrument.
Yep.
Brilliant. Wow. I, on the other hand, have a pencil right here. Ha! That's all it takes.
It's normally around here. That's kind of weird that it's not. It's normally like, I don't know where it is. It's gone now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I haven't been up to too much either. But if we're talking about the content stream, we finished KOTOR. And we have moved on to Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep Final Mix. So we've done, I think, like 5 streams in that game now.
BBS, nice.
Yes. Gameplay-wise, it's pretty fun, but I'm a little worried about the end game because unlocking the final stuff is like super hard on beginner mode. So.
Is it?
It's so bad that I joked it would be easier to restart the game on proud mode, just beat the game on hard, than it would be to actually beat the game on easy.
Arthur, are you asking if Staples sells PC games? Because we do not. We only sell Switch games now, for whatever weird reason.
That's actually going to be a topic about buying Switch games that we're going to have in a little bit. But yeah. That's what we got going on for content. For me, we got Birth by Sleep. That'll probably be the rest of the month, maybe a bit into next month. I don't think it's a long game, but it's probably going to get grindy towards the end there. Anime channel's keeping up pretty good. And I'm making a solo album, as Mate has put it. With the end of the Cold Topic podcast, I will be creating a solo cast, which is just this, but just me. Is what's basically going to happen. I was originally going to call it Thawed Topic because I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you should 100% do that.
But I'm thinking about maybe changing up the branding a bit, going with like Dialogue Train, which is a clever name I thought of, and I'm like, ooh, I
That
like
is,
that.
yeah, I like that. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
So we're not going to do it next month with that one. It's gonna thought topic. We're not going to do that next month. I'm going to take a month off for surezies. Maybe the month after that. Maybe a month past that. I got to make a few assets for it. But yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be a fun time, I think. So that's what we got going up. All the shows you love are going to be on there, except for Love Chunibyo, Metal Chunibyo, and Other Delusions. That's getting super canceled because I can't do that by myself.
Maybe every once in a while I can do a guest star.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is I'm going to have like a call-in system where if anyone wants to, and they're on my Discord, you can just pop in. So you can guest star on this literally whenever you want, is the thing.
That would be fun, yeah.
Yeah, open house.
That would be fun. Definitely, I like that.
Yeah, you can pop in. Arce can pop in. May can pop in. Anyone who wants to pop in is just like open door. I'll take viewers. Pache can pop in if he wants. We'll just fucking yell at each other about Dark Souls. It's be a good time.
I'm gonna yell in your ear in open house with time right there. Perfect. So yeah, that brings
Sex Soliloquy. That's not a terrible name.
I'm officially retiring from streaming and most things internet-wise after tonight. It's been a hard decision, but there's a lot of other stuff in my life that I gotta focus on right now. So ConquertheJohn streams are not delayed indefinitely, but most likely never going to happen again, if I'm being quite honest. So it is not just a ending of Cold Topic, it is also an ending of me, I guess, in a way, which I've been thinking about it for a while and trying to figure out how I could do life and stream and be in someone's life and be a dad, and I just can't jumble all those things currently. And it sucks because I came back in 2020 and really wanted to do this and make it a thing and do it all the time. But unfortunately, I just after a while it can't happen, which sucks. Because I love everyone and I like hanging out and I like playing the games and making the jokes. And unfortunately, as of right now, that has to come to an end because I can't keep saying I'll come back, I'll come back, I'll come back, because I think realistically it can't happen with how busy my life is right now and the things I want to do and the people I want in my life right now. But yeah, that brings me to the next point. It's not like I'm not gonna disappear. I'm going to keep the Discord active. I'm still gonna post stuff in there. I'm still gonna hang out and talk to everyone. It just more so, I'm not gonna have the time to stream. I can do my best to try to pop into people's streams as much as I can. Just right now, I don't have the drive or the time to do that stuff. I'm not going off the grid. I'm gonna be very much active, as much as I can. But when it comes to doing stuff like this right now, I just don't have the time, unfortunately. Between working 50 to 60 hours a week, I'm probably getting a second job. I'm trying to move soon too. That's another thing that's going to be a big delay in a lot of things. So I think realistically, it's going to be an indefinite hiatus. But like any good band, someday I may come back.
We might do a reunion tour. Play the greatest hits.
Exactly. Like maybe I'll just come back randomly and just play Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3, and that's it.
We got to do a scarce thing. We got to do a scarce thing. It's
Yeah.
like this like final episode, and then you're like, man, I could go for an episode of Cold Topic, and I'm like, you want to just do episode 28, and we don't even acknowledge that we were gone. It's like fucking 4 years later. It's just Cold Topic 28. We just don't even bring it up.
That would actually be really funny. And like that like stuff like that could happen. I'm just like I think for the next like 6 to whenever, like maybe 6 months to a year, I just need to kind of I endured a 6 year hiatus. I can wait another 6 years. Mega Man X2, the greatest game ever. Um, yeah, but like I think like maybe for the next 6 months to a year, um, I just need to take like a big step back and kind of focus on other things, get a lot of things in order and stuff like that to mm, be where I want to be and be happy. Because like if I can get like personal with everyone, the reason why I don't stream is because I've been insanely depressed for the last fucking year and a half almost. I'm sure everyone knows that. I've talked about it multiple times, but it's hard for me to do that like stream and do that stuff because I can't get in the mood where I want to be entertaining and be a host of a show when I'm like that. Not saying that like I'm a lot better off now. Like I've been in therapy for almost a year now. Um, so that's part of the reason too. So everyone take care of your mental health because it's very important. I'm a strong advocate of that, so please do that. But it isn't goodbye forever. It's just goodbye for now, and that's all I gotta say. I guess I don't want to rant too much about it.
No, that's fine. I honestly I think this is an important topic to open. I think this is probably the perfect topic to actually open up with. Not the depression thing. You've actually never said that in the podcast before, but it was always kind of like
Okay.
an underlying impression I
Okay.
got that I think was kind of implied. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Um, but no, I mean it makes sense taking like personal time away and getting yourself right, and I'm fully on board with that. And I fully support that. I think that's actually a good mature decision you're making right there. Um,
That's
I.
awesome.
I'm also kind of in a similar boat. I don't know if anyone's noticed that my stream times have started being 1 and 2 a.m. And it's just like I've got so much shit going on. I'm so busy. I got to worry about like myself and like stuff I've going on, and I'm trying to still stream and keep a consistent schedule. And to my defense, I'm actually doing a pretty solid job at it. But like going further and even possibly into like next year, I can imagine my own stream times are going to have to like dry up also, just because I'll have even more shit going on. So, um, so yeah, like it's understandable. It's like sometimes just like life gets in the way, you know.
It does, yeah. And like I'm 33, so it's like like at some point I gotta not grow up, but I gotta like prioritize other things right now. And that was kind of like the absolutely I'll stamp your card, Pache. But I like there's other things I gotta prioritize and stuff too, other than obviously playing games and stuff like that. Like I haven't realistically touched a game in like I think 2 to 3 weeks now almost. Um, I was playing a little. I've been playing a little bit of Mother 3 on and off on my Steam Deck, but that's about it. But it's. I think there comes a time in every person's life that you kind of gotta think about where you want to be in the next 5 years, and where the place I want to be is not where I am right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
No. I would definitely agree with that. I would actually put an addendum to that saying that there doesn't come a time where you have to do that. You should kind of just always be doing that, but it is good that you're like thinking about the future and where you want to go with in life, you know?
yeah,
Um,
I think it's really really important, just to and like I've never had that mentality. Like I've always kind of just been go with the flow, like whatever happens, happens. And like I think over like the last like three or so months, like I've kind of been like, where do I want to go with everything?
mhm.
Um, and that this is kind of where I'm at right now. So
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'd fully support that. Um, So that does put the kibosh on what I was going to say, but I'll leave an open invitation anyway. Believe it or not, despite the opening of this podcast, ending the podcast was actually my idea.
It was, yeah.
Because I've been trying to do it for a year now.
That's fair, yeah.
This doesn't surprise anyone who's been watching my streams because, full disclosure, I'm sure you didn't actually see it, for about a past month now, my frustrations with this podcast have reached an absolute fever pitch.
And that's understandable, but like, it's not that I don't want to do it, it's just everything's beginning in the way.
No, I get that. I understand that. And we will talk more about the frustrations, because I don't want to put a damper on this episode, on the start of my new solo cast. Don't watch the first 30 minutes of that episode, John.
I'm going to, just because I need to hear it.
Yeah. Okay, so, but like I said, I'll leave the door open. Anyone can pop into the new solo cast, and what I was going to say is that I might have been fed up with the podcast itself, but I'll leave it open just in case you get a free moment, you want to fuck around a little bit, is that I'm still open to future collabs.
Yeah.
Just not specifically this. Like, if you ever want to do that, like, Dark Souls 3 thing, I'm totally on board for it and shit.
Yeah, like,
also, you still may owe me a fucking Zelda stream, but I'm willing to give you a pass as you get your shit together.
We can do, if you want to do that, like, next month or something.
No. It's fine. Get your shit together, man. It's fine.
Well, yeah.
Gather all your shit. I'll figure it. I'll look up a guide online. It's fine.
I still want to do that with you. I still want to do that. So, we'll have to plan that out.
No, I don't want to. I would rather not.
Why not? It'll be fun.
Because Thursday's the best day for collabs, and I don't want to stream on Thursdays.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair, yeah.
Yeah, because I have all a Thursday night to fuck around. I don't want to be doing anything on a stream. It's the day I watch anime usually.
Yeah,
I've been getting like 1 or 2 in a week because my fucking schedule's so crunched now.
Yeah, mine's gonna be like that. Probably for the next like 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, but realistically, we're working 6 days a week. I'm also going to another store 1 day a week too, which is a lot of fun, and helping them out because they're in desperate need. So that's why it's kind of been like bullshit.
Yeah.
Lately.
If you follow my Mal updates, I basically watch animes on Thursday and Monday now. And that's
now you'll have Thursdays free.
Yes, is the idea. Although, as we all know, I always take the Friday after a podcast off, so I will have a bit of time tomorrow when I would normally be streaming Birth by Sleep. But otherwise, Birth by Sleep resumes schedule on Saturdays, as everyone knows. So it'll be a fun time.
The band isn't breaking up. We're just taking a very long, possibly indefinite.
Yeah.
Until Sack can be not mad at me anymore.
Yeah. Well, I'm not necessarily mad at you, just your action. I'm like a disappointed mother.
No, that's fair, and I get that. That's 100% fair because I'm disappointed too. Because every time I'm like, okay, let's do this, something either came up or like then I'm like, okay, I'll delay this, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm fucking going to New York for my niece's fucking birthday party the week after, and I completely forgot about that. Then work gets in the way, and that's why, yeah.
I mean, while we're joking around with it, going to your niece's birthday party in New York, totally understandable. The sentence, however, is that I received this message literally the day before the episode, and it was so fucking ridiculous. I wasn't even mad. I just laughed and was like, yeah, the podcast is canceled now. The fucking podcast is canceled.
I know, because I was like getting, like, my daughter and I just got back from Six Flags, and then fucking she was asking me something, and then something like reminded me that I was supposed to do the podcast the next day, and I'm like, oh shit, like we're fucking like literally leaving at like 12 p.m. to like go to New York for like 3 or 4 days, and then I was like, shit.
Yeah, it wasn't even anger. It was just laughter. It was like, we are canceled for sure.
No, we're so
canceled.
It's for Dunyan Rings.
Yeah, I read that like getting off of work. It's just
I,
fucking laughing.
I know, and I felt bad too because I should have remembered, but like that week was just so fucking like
No,
hectic.
yeah, it was hectic. I get it. Yeah.
I had my kid and shit like that. We were doing stuff. My dad went into surgery the same day. Like we went to fucking Six Flags, so I was like thinking about that constantly. And then like I don't remember what she said something about anime and like talking about it, and I was like, oh fuck the podcast.
Well,
I
so
was like,
a big thing about the podcast is this is episode 27. Uh, and at so believe it or not, this podcast is meant to have a schedule. It's supposed to go up at a certain time on a certain day. And that has happened 8 times.
that was about right.
It happened for the first 6 months, and then the last 2 months, not counting this specific episode.
Which is 110% my fault.
It is 99.99%. One of the delays was mine. And the other, probably because we've delayed multiple times during the courses of months, the other, I would say 50 delays were all on you.
Yeah, and I know they are too. So 27. It is joining the 27 club. That is very
What
very
is the
accurate,
27 club?
The 27 Club is a elite group of celebrities and musicians and stuff like that. Basically, famous people that all died at 27.
Oh.
Yeah, Jim Morrison, a whole bunch of other them.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, that is 100% a thing. Yeah.
Oh, I don't follow famous people. I didn't know that.
Yeah, James Dean is another one. A whole bunch of them. I believe Jimi Hendrix too.
Oh.
There's a whole bunch of people in that.
Wow,
Club.
Jimi Hendrix.
It's not a great club.
No, I was gonna say Jimi Hendrix looked so much older than 27.
It's because of all the drugs.
I was assuming it was all the drugs. Yeah.
Yeah, Amy Winehouse. Yeah. He. Fun fact about Jimi Hendrix. Before he would go on stage, he would slit his forehead with a razor blade and put tabs of acid in his bandana.
Oh, you shouldn't do that. That's bad for you.
Yeah. That man would be fucked beyond belief all the time.
Well, here's another fun fact about Jimi Hendrix. When it comes to guitar skill, on a technical level, he is apparently one of, if not the greatest guitarist ever. So, that's a fun fact for Jimi Hendrix. Maybe it was all the acid.
Oh, yeah, he did a lot.
He just entered another state of consciousness, and it just turned him into a better guitarist.
Mate, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but that's what I read one time on it was something. I don't remember. It was when I was researching stuff for Stevie Ray Vaughan one time. Like I read that somewhere. So it may or may not be true, but that's what I read.
I don't know how you would play the guitar while that fucked up on acid.
You just fucking go, I guess.
You just be Jimi Hendrix?
Was it a rumor? Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure. I just, I read it.
It seemed hard to believe, to be honest, but
it did. But like people were nuts back then when it came to drugs. So I'll believe anything back in the '60s.
Well, Ozzy Osbourne has actually been studied by real biologists because he is a literal superhuman. Like he has a genuine superhuman tolerance to drugs and alcohol. That just any other person would be dead on the amount that it would take Ozzy Osbourne to just get a little buzzed.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've done, I think, 2 or 3 shows in my musical career where I was like just fucking hammered or like high off my ass, but I also just make noises with my mouth, so I'm not playing an instrument.
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, drug use was different back then, though. But I was just like, how would you play? Because like acid's like a hallucinogenic, so it's like, does he think he's eating spaghetti? What the fuck is happening?
That bad straight try. I'm part of the actress hurting himself, so he gets super fucked up on speed before. That makes sense. Yeah. My when I first started, here's a little ConquertheJohn fact. When my first show, before I went on stage, I got way too high. I smoked, I think 2 bowls in a row, and had 2 shots. And because I've never, I obviously have done stage stuff before, but this was like my first ever performance. It was actually like a big show with like big bands playing like right after. And Yeah, I got a little fucked up. Um, it was it was interesting. I ended up grabbing my dick a lot for some reason during the show. Like it was like a weird thing that I would just grab my dick for some reason, like I was like some rapper or something. It was weird.
So yeah, there's actually a lot of histories of like musicians and like drug use. Like a big thing is Snoop Dogg, for example, back in the day, he probably still does this if he does shows, but like would reportedly request an absurd amount of weed, like an amount that people
Yeah.
were like he was being investigated as being a dealer for weed because it is too much weed for a person. And then somehow before every show he would drink a dealer's amount of weed, like we're talking like bricks of weed, and then he would somehow take in before a show, to the point where people were questioning how is it physically possible he's getting that much into him in the time span he was doing it in.
I'm sure
Like,
he was sharing some of
well,
it.
he was probably sharing, but it was like he would have to non-stop be smoking weed. Like there wouldn't be a point where oxygen was in him. It was just weed.
No, yeah, that's from like the celebrity like people that have like talked about him. He does basically nonstop smoke weed almost.
Yes.
Which his poor lungs. Like I thought my lungs were fucked,
Yeah.
but like I can only imagine what Snoop Dogg's lungs are
As
like.
insane as that sounds, smoking weed is actually not the most efficient way to get THC in you. It's actually edibles, which is why people will go to the hospital for edibles and not for just smoking. In order
Actually,
to, huh?
if you boof it, it's the best way.
What is boofing? Oh, when you shove it up your butt.
Yeah, when you put it in your butt.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. All right, I stand corrected. I was going to say edibles is more efficient than smoking, but
Oh,
you're
100%.
shoving anything up your butt is the fastest way to get it to work, frankly. So you're fair. That's why people are getting hospitalized for like weed now, is because like the THC content in like edibles is that you can legally sell because there isn't a lot of regulation on it, is just fucking bonkers. But to actually smoke weed, to die from an overdose, you would have to smoke 2 tons in 15 minutes. Which I don't think I need to tell you is physically impossible to get that kind of smoke. You would die of smoke inhalation before the weed kills you in that scenario.
I can confirm that edibles will fuck your day up way more than smoking any day.
It's also
And like
healthier because the main reason that smoking weed is unhealthy is because it's smoke and you're just inhaling fucking smoke. So edibles are actually healthy, assuming you do a proper amount, I should probably say. I'm sure it's never healthy to fucking overdose, but
yeah, which don't take more than you need because then you won't be able to play Magic the Gathering.
Yep, Nade's exactly right. Smoking weed does increase heart and lung problems because smoking anything is bad.
Yeah.
So, I spilled on my hand, and I'm trying to see if I can solve the problem.
The irony of the shirt you're wearing is I almost wore that shirt tonight too.
Oh, I wore the shirt unintentionally. I thought it would be a good callback. If we may just stroke my dick for a second, I would just like to point out one, the shirt, because what else shirt was I going to wear for the finale? But 2, we got the Torchic and the Bulbasaur back in their original form. We're not dealing with the Combuskin, of course, which is a symbol of my oppression. And we have left the Persona 5 Velvet Room, which I don't know if anyone picked up the symbolism on that. The Persona 5 Velvet Room is a fucking prison. I don't know if anyone picked up on that when my podcast layout changed. Did you just get it?
Bullshit.
So we are back in the Persona 4 Velvet Room, which is of course a limousine because we're going out in style.
We are going out in style.
I've always referred to Combuskin as the awkward teen years between an actually good Pokemon and another good Pokemon. And we've slightly offset the Cold Topic logo and have added the word finale in a fun gold font.
That is a fun gold font.
And I was going to use this background, the spiderweb background for Thought Topic, but I'm like, well, we're going to go with like the dialogue tree thing anyway. So what is in the background, instead of being a classic spiderweb, is a frozen spiderweb.
Which,
Exactly. The coldest of the topics.
Thematic.
But yeah, that's what I got going on. That's what you got going on. Good times, right?
Very good times. Yeah.
Yeah. Tepid Topic is a nice name too. Yeah, but that one was taken. All right, what's the next thing
Was
we
it
got
really?
going on? Yeah, it was. That's why we didn't
Outro.
go with it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Outro.
Oh, we did it. We just did that.
Oh, we did do that. Oh. I before we move on though, I do want to say
Absolutely.
thank you guys for the last 3 years.
Yes. Thank you for the
Um,
last
oh
2.9 years.
yeah.
We were 1 month off.
I know it's had its ups and downs. Obviously, suffers from many delays.
Yeah.
An indefinite hiatus and all that stuff. But I
Two of them,
do,
actually.
yeah. I do appreciate everyone because it's been good. It's been good getting to know anyone. Um, Obviously, Sack. It's been great.
Absolutely. Whenever you weren't on
Hanging
your
out with
phone, I
you.
had a good time.
Sorry. I'm doing my best not to be on my phone tonight. So delayed topic. It does seem longer. It really does. But thanks to the memories, thanks to the laughs, the gaffes, the goofs,
Mm-hmm.
all the fun stuff we've done, all the rants we've had, everything.
Yes. Got to throw this beach into a train.
All right, let's move on.
All right. What is it?
Switch Whispers.
Oh, the Switch Whispers. All right. Y'all, you're about to get the tea, all right? Y'all know me. I always keep my ear out to the whispers, all right? I hear the little birdies, all right? Watch the little crickets. I've been hearing whispers. You've all probably heard the similar whispers. Switch 2 might be coming soon. Now,
Mm-hmm.
as everyone knows, two of the worst, I'm not going to say absolute, maybe I'm a little bit, maybe there's a few I'm forgetting, but two of the worst companies when it comes to video game preservation are Ubisoft and Nintendo.
I never even thought about Ubisoft, but go on.
Oh, they're fucking terrible. But we're not talking about Ubisoft right now because Ubisoft doesn't own a console. You know who owns a console? Nintendo. Switch 2. This is a thing I've observed with a lot of Switch, with a lot of Nintendo consoles over the years, is that especially first-party Nintendo shit explodes in price once the old console is discontinued. This is a really big, especially with first party Nintendo stuff, because they don't release their games on digital formats. Like, you can't, like, unless you own like a Wii U or a fucking GameCube or a Wii, you can't even fucking legally play Twilight Princess. It's
Yeah, but who does things legally?
sure, okay. But the point is, like, Nintendo's fucking terrible about it. And this is why this is a public service announcement. Excuse me. Supposedly, Switch 2 announcement is either Switch 2 is next year or it'll be announced next year, but it doesn't really matter. My announcement is, because we've seen the history of this, because Nintendo has done so much, it has made enough consoles, and we've seen this happen time and again, my advice to you is, if there is a Switch game you want, you should get it while the Switch is still the active console. There might be a brief window when Switch 2 comes out where Switch games are lower in price, but once production starts getting cut off, and we know that they fucking love to do this, they will just stop releasing these games. So now is the time, I would say, to start getting your Switch games. If you have any Switch games you think you might want to get in the future, I think now is probably a good time to start collecting on Switch. Especially, I would prioritize first-party Nintendo titles, because other companies that release exclusively on Switch have a chance of porting their games. Nintendo will never port off of Nintendo consoles because Nintendo cannot survive as a like a fucking console creator. The second they're like, I discussed this last time. The second first-party Nintendo titles are available on other consoles is the moment Nintendo stops being able to sell consoles. It is exclusively the power of their IPs that keeps people from buying Nintendo bullshit. Otherwise, you would never choose to buy Nintendo bullshit.
I also agree because yeah, like obviously I do a lot of gaming on my my PS5, my PC. So like if it wasn't for like games like Zelda and Kirby and shit on Nintendo, I probably and Mario obviously, and Pokemon, I probably wouldn't even have a Switch to be honest.
Well, I mean, and what if they were available on PlayStation or even better PC? Would you even consider the Switch? Yeah, you wouldn't even think about it. Especially with the Steam Deck. I know you have a Steam Deck. You wouldn't even consider a Switch. That's what I'm talking. It's like they have so many powerful IPs, and if we're talking like first party IPs, I might even argue that like, especially now that EA has lost to like their like Madden and FIFA series as part of their like IP ownership, as far as like licensing goes, as far like Nintendo is number one as far as just IP properties, right? Kirby, Zelda, Fire Emblem, Mario, fucking the Squid Game, right? I'm missing some. Help me out here. I know there's more.
Animal Crossing, Pokemon, Metroid, Kid Icarus. I can go down the list.
You could just keep going, right? That's 9. We just got to 9 in barely any time, right?
Yeah.
Like if we're talking like first party IPs, Nintendo is unstoppable. They can sell like if there were no third party distributors, like no third party developers on a Nintendo console, Nintendo consoles would still sell.
They would, yeah. I agree with that sentiment 100%.
So especially focus on your first party Nintendo games, but if you like, I know it seems like a lot of money to shell out, but if you're at all worried about this, I guarantee you costs are going to go up. Maybe in like 5 or 6 years, you're going to see costs go up on any of these games.
So I'm sure you can notice my Switch games right behind me.
No, you're doing a great job.
6 of those are unopened.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just buy them because of what you're talking about.
Yes. I've learned my lesson. I've started to do that. I picked up Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. I picked up Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I'm looking at getting Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I also want to get like Metroid Prime, the Skyward Sword remake. What else do I need? Master Detective Archives Raincode. And did I say Skyward Sword? I said Skyward Sword. Yeah. Oh, Link's Awakening was the other one I needed.
Yeah, I need to pick that up again.
Yeah, I need to pick up all those games, and then I think I'm good for Switch games because I own everything else. But yeah, you gotta get your fucking Switch collection on point. I wouldn't be surprised if Raincode ends up coming to PC though. I might hold off on that just on the pure fucking gamble. Hopefully I don't fuck myself on that though, because those fucking Spike Chunsoft games shoot up in price because they have like limited release runs. So hopefully I don't fuck myself over by waiting on that one. But
I think the only technical third party game I had is Mario and Rabbids 1 and 2. I think those are the only third party games that I own on Switch because they're kind of first party. So, but Octopath Traveler. I have Octopath Traveler.
Oh, I have all that on PC though.
Yeah, I have it on PC now.
Yeah, because the thing with Square Enix is unless they get bought out by Sony, which is a thing that's sort of being talked about, they have like first party exclusive, like they have like limited exclusives, so you know you're going to be able to get your game in like a year. Which is why, despite owning a PS5, I still haven't bought fucking Final Fantasy 16 because fuck you, come to PC.
Also same. Like the only obviously Spider-Man 2 I already pre-ordered, so I'm obviously because I'm not gonna wait a year to play Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But like God of War 2 I'll probably pick up on PC eventually. I don't know. Even though I own the first one on PlayStation, but
slightly related topic, but there are talks about a 2014 announcement for Persona 6, and the leaker who sort of verified herself by confirming the release dates for Tactica and Reload before they were even officially announced, has said that she doesn't know about the licensing deals, but she's only seen P6 running on a PS5. So, did I say 2015? I meant 25. I meant 24, 25. Yeah, it's coming out 2015. If you don't have a time machine, fuck you.
Fuck you. You can't play our games.
If you don't already own a copy of P6, you're fucked up. You're fucked. You're not getting it. It's the most divisive marketing strategy in history. They're releasing it before the console.
It's funny because if I went back in time and told my 2015 like self to play like Persona, I'd be like, Why?
Yeah.
What even is that? Like, I didn't really know what actually. Funnily enough, I didn't know really about Persona until I met you and we talked about that stuff, and then I played P5.
Yeah.
So
Oh, speaking of an announcement, everyone give a hand. I know we've been waiting for like a year or something to it. Everyone clap it up. Grandma Sack has finally beat Persona 5 Royal. Good fucking job, Grandma Sack.
great job, Grandma. Shout out to Grandma.
It took her almost 300 hours.
I think it was $120 for P5 original for me.
Yeah, because that's a reasonable amount of time to beat.
Yeah. Because I remember I played that. That was the last game I beat before I moved into this apartment, and I remember looking at the time, and I want to say it was at like, yeah, I was like I think at $120.
I was 125 for my first playthrough, 120 for my second playthrough, and then I think 110 for my third, and then I played Royal, and then it was like 120 again because of 5 hours for the extra content.
Yeah, which I have Royal and I haven't played it yet.
I was impressed by her completion though. She did all but like 3 of the social links to max.
That's pretty nutty.
She
honestly.
put hardcore Persona players to fucking shame with how maxed all the social stats to like with how efficient she was at it. I know she didn't do Haru, and I think she like missed a Y and like one other person, but like it is an impressive level of completion.
That's pretty honestly. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Like, go Grandma Sack. That is that's nutty pajamas, and I love that.
Also, here's fun. She dated Oya, of all people, which I love Oya. I know she's not very popular. I'm a huge Oya fan, but she dated Oya, which is the oldest woman in the game. She's 29 years old, and she's just an alcoholic journalist. I thought that was hilarious.
I don't know if I told you guys, but I dated the teacher in my game.
Oh, Kawakami?
Yeah.
I can't fucking blame you. Kawakami's probably my number 2 in that game for sure.
Yeah.
I was
like, why not?
I mean, I told the story. Before I played the game, I was like, I'm going to go for Futaba because I love Futaba's design. Like, Futaba... no, Kawakami is 24. Oya is 29.
Yeah.
Oya is the oldest. I read somewhere she was 33. You read wrong. She specifically gives her age. She's 24. She just says how old she is. So
yeah, she's like fresh out of college almost. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas like we don't know that Oya is 29, but Lala says that she's about to turn 30. So that says 29 to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Futaba was my second just because, but like by the time like
don't date your sister, John.
Futaba's not me. What?
Yeah. Don't date your sister, John. Come on.
It's a video game. I'll do what I want.
You date your doctor, date your teacher. Please don't date your sister.
Date your doctor. So some people would say, don't date your therapist either.
No, I can imagine 24 is over the hill for being a maid. Because the idea is just to be like a cute uwu type of girl. 24 is probably she's probably not wrong. Is the thing, right?
At 24,
what's that line from that song? They only like you when you're 17. When you're 21, you're done or something like that. You're no fun. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. No, I can believe 24 is a bit old for the maid job. What you're saying is I'm gonna have to change my username. I have seen maids that are like way older than 24. It depends on what kind of maid you are. Are you the kind of maid that's there just to be like a hot maid, or are you the kind of maid that's there to just like clean the house? Because I've seen maids in their like 50s and 60s. like.
Oh man, that's good shit. Are we ready to move on?
Oh yeah. Your real maids are old women, exactly. Perfect. Old maids, as they're called, in fact.
All right.
But But anyway, yeah, shout out to Grandma Sack. I think she's playing Strikers now.
Ooh, I still need to finish that.
Strikers is really good. Strikers is really
also on my PS5, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, moving on to the next topic. What is it?
Elon Musk?
Yeah. Let's talk about Elon Musk for a second.
All right. That's the perfect picture too, yeah.
Let's talk about Elon Musk for a second. We all know Elon Musk. Elon Musk is an inspiration to me, all right? Because Elon Musk proves that the American dream is real. Now, we all know his dad owns an emerald mine. And that paid for his education, but he did make most of his money originally in software development. So he is, in at least a way, not counting the education, a self-made man. And he is exact proof that anyone can become a billionaire. And even if you're really, really, really fucking stupid.
Yep. Here we go.
So, like, I assume everyone knows where this is going, right?
Yeah, I know exactly where it's going.
I feel like this is implied. So Elon Musk a few years ago made a fucking thing that he was going to purchase Twitter for $55 billion, which is way more than Twitter was worth.
Way more. I think they were saying it was almost 3 times the amount of money it was worth.
And Twitter heard that, and of course the shareholders of Twitter were like, yeah, absolutely, we'll sell for $55 billion. And then Elon Musk, in his infinite wisdom, decided to actually get into talks for working with Twitter, to the point where he ended up getting locked into a contract. Then he tried to leave the contract. Twitter sued him, and he lost because he was locked in the contract. And he was trying to be like, I just want Twitter to tell me how many bots are on the website. And Twitter's like, first off, we've told you. Second off, you'll definitely get all of this information once you actually secure Twitter. You'll have this information. What are you talking about? And then they sue him to make sure he buys it. And the judge is like, yeah, you have to buy Twitter for $55 billion. What are you talking about? And then Elon's like, haha, I won. They told me the amount of bots on the website. And then, like, Elon Musk fans on Twitter are like, yeah, Elon's so smart. And I'm over here like, you didn't get anything. You tried to back out and they forced it.
You didn't win it all.
What the fuck? Like, he tried to save face and he came off looking so fucking stupid.
This man's a phony.
So this man buys fucking Twitter for $55 billion. And it's a company that doesn't even make money.
That's what having fuck you money is like. Spend $55 billion.
Elon Musk is what would happen if, like, I'm not saying, like, you get, like, some people are billionaires because they have low morals. Some people are billionaires because they're really talented in one area. Some people have money because they're fucking geniuses. Elon Musk is what happens if just, like, you grab a random dude off the street and then make him the second richest man on the planet. Like, if you grab your next door neighbor and you're just like, here's $100 billion, what are you gonna do? You get Elon Musk.
I wish I was that next door neighbor. I could go with $100 billion right now.
Have you ever seen a picture of Elon Musk dressed as like a fucking Final Fantasy villain? I have not, but I'm sure it's delightful.
Oh, it is.
In the past, Elon Musk likes to claim he founded PayPal. He didn't. He did buy himself onto the board. Elon Musk has actually started absolutely, I think, 0 companies, except for like a minor software company. He just like buys his way into fame.
Don't we all?
But he tried to change the name of PayPal to X. Just X.com is what he tried to change the name to.
And here we are, full circle.
And the PayPal board of directors, oh my god. That is hilarious. I almost wish that was the image instead of the Joe Rogan one.
It would have been, yeah. This is iconic, though.
Oh, shit. Okay, anyway, he tried to change it to X.com, and the board of directors is like, that's so fucking stupid that they kicked him off the board of directors for PayPal.
Like, why? You can't just be... One letter.
Let's not forget that he also owns this company just called SpaceX. This
A man like X's.
He has this weird obsession with the letter X. Anyway, he purchases Twitter for fucking $55 billion. And then, what does he do? Elon Musk did found Tesla. No, he did not. I don't think the companies he's famous for, he didn't even found. He might have founded SpaceX, but he did it off like the back of Tesla anyway, so it doesn't. Anyway, the point is, the point is, the second he acquires Twitter, he refused to pay rent in like countries like England and shit. Like he wouldn't found Twitter headquarters in there. He refused. So he just gave up a lot of Twitter assets as far as like physical locations go. I think he fired like, what was it, like 80% of Twitter employees, to the point where he first bought Twitter. Twitter was understaffed and was barely able to hold itself together because he fired too many people. So, like, when he originally bought it, the entire site was just falling apart. There's been controversy after he founded Twitter, where he's just throwing shit at a wall to see if it'll stick. Like, I know he put, like, a tweet limit about the amount of tweets you can view, and then he raised it every hour because people would not stop complaining about how dumb the idea is to put a limit on the amount you can interact with the website that requires people to interact with it to get the advertisers to give him money.
Yeah, what a fucking arc though. Last year has it been 2 years actually since he bought it?
You can't view Twitter unless you have an account. Absolutely insanity. Absolute insanity. So he gave away the physical assets of Twitter. He said that the infrastructure is terrible, so he doesn't want the infrastructure of Twitter. He said he'd need to rewrite all the code. He fucking got rid of all of the employees. So, like, the only thing Twitter really has is, like, users and, like, the brand name of Twitter, which is just entered the zeitgeist, right? You go a tweet, you use Twitter, everyone knows what's going on. While using the platform of Twitter, in his infinite wisdom, Elon Musk decided that he's going to pick a fight with Mark Zuckerberg, who owns way more social media platforms that are more successful, and also is a fellow billionaire. And he was like, he tweeted like Mark Zuckerberg, it's like, I should fight Mark Zuckerberg in a cage match. Now, Mark Zuckerberg had recently come off of winning gold, and I want to say a Brazilian jiu-jitsu martial arts tournament. So Mark Zuckerberg was like, yeah, let's get in a cage match. Instantly accepts the fight against fucking Elon Musk. Mark Zuckerberg's like, yeah, I'll fight you. Now, Elon Musk is like, what, it's like 6'3" or something? He's got like 5 inches, I think, on Zuckerberg. But Mark Zuckerberg is also like half his age. And it's a Brazilian martial arts champion. Whereas Elon Musk is just a dude.
I think Zuck's like only like 5 years older than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Yeah, I think he's only like 5 years older than me.
So Elon Musk challenges this man, half his age, who's a literal martial arts champion, to a fucking cage match, and Zuckerberg immediately accepts the fight. Then Elon Musk is like, okay, well, obviously I can't fight Mark Zuckerberg. He'll fucking kill me. So he deletes the tweet and just starts shit-talking him on Twitter. Then, I think it was the official Twitter of Italy was like, hey, if there's going to be a cage match between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, we're willing to rent out the Colosseum. Like, the Colosseum.
Now, I'm sure this is not a surprise, but I've never bought a pay-per-view for anything, but if this costs money, I'm paying to watch it.
I would pay money. I don't care about fights, but if Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk step into a cage match in the goddamn Colosseum, I will be there watching that fight.
Same.
Zuckerberg would...
And then we need Tom from MySpace to referee.
Oh, I would be so fucking down.
That man's got nothing to do.
Oh, I've seen people shit talk Tom from MySpace. They're like, whatever happened to Tom from MySpace? And he's like, I sold my company for like $20 million. What the fuck are you doing?
Man's fucking man's living the dream right
Yeah, don't fuck with Tom. He's the smartest out of all three of these assholes.
now. He fucking just got out as soon as he could, yeah. And now fucking both these motherfuckers making dumbass decisions. Like Meta is one of the worst fucking choices ever. Like
I will say
fucking
this: Zuckerberg is smart enough to realize that Meta was fucking losing him money, and he pivoted into a more financially stable direction.
yeah.
From what we have seen from fucking Elon Musk, if his decisions are losing money, he won't fucking pivot. He just keeps losing money.
My man is too stubborn. That's why.
Just how Ron DeSantis somehow got me to side with Disney on something. Elon Musk somehow got me to side with Zuckerberg to win something. This has been a strange decade. It has been indeed. So anyway, Elon Musk is not fighting Mark Zuckerberg. I'd watch it. I think everyone would watch it. Elon Musk is not fighting
100%.
Mark Zuckerberg. There is no way he steps into that ring just to get fucking demolished.
100%.
Absolutely. But anyway, here's the thing. Mark Zuckerberg's very rich. You know, he made Facebook and then bought a bunch of other companies. He owns a lot of companies. I think he owns like Instagram even. Like he owns so many social media. In fact, as pointed out, Elon Musk wants to make X a super app like they have in like China and shit. Mark Zuckerberg is way closer to making a super app than Elon Musk is right now. Like Zuckerberg is like could probably do it in like maybe 10 years or so if he tried to, possibly. But it doesn't really matter because not too long ago Mark Zuckerberg purchased Mixer, if everyone remembers what happened with Mixer. And the Mixer logo is an X. So here's the deal. In his infinite wisdom, Elon Musk has decided to take probably the most powerful thing about Twitter, which is its brand name of Twitter and like the sheer IP value it has, threw that in the garbage. And recently, I think over like 3 days ago, decided that Twitter is now just called X, which is why we have 3 X's on the screen. Because as people, and he opened it up like 24 hours. Give me a fucking X for the new Twitter logo. He opened this up to like submitted creators. He's like, give me 24 hours. And whoever designs the best logo is going to make the new Twitter logo. And someone submitted the X that you see on screen. Here's the delightful thing. This is just taken from a font you can find online. Like, the person didn't even make it. They just took it. Right? And the hilarious thing about this is, like, one, I'm not fully sure about this, but, like, just taking someone, like, fonts are, like content protected property, right? Like, there could be a lawsuit over just even taking the font without paying for it.
Mate, you know already too many sites.
But as also pointed out, the new logo of X looks suspiciously like a porn logo. Like, I've seen a demonstration of, like, 5 different porn logos next to them that are just the letter X. And as pointed out, it's like, yeah, one of these, by the way, is the Twitter logo. Just as a heads up. Only 4 of these are porn sites. And all of the logos are fucking X.
Yeah.
So he throws the brand name in the trash and changes it to what could very well be, one, a suable porn site. Fonts are protected by copyright. Absolutely. So first off, this could be a lawsuit, but it could be even worse of a lawsuit. Because who has Elon Musk in his infinite wisdom been antagonizing this entire time? Mark Zuckerberg. And guess what I mentioned earlier about Mixer's logo being an X? Mark Zuckerberg, because he purchased Mixer, owns the fucking copyright on using the letter X for social media websites. Meaning by changing Twitter's entire brand to X, he has opened himself up to a lawsuit against Mark Zuckerberg, who will absolutely win if he sues.
They can fight in the ring and they can fight in court.
Holy fucking shit, dude. This is the I am baffled at how fucking dumb this is. I am in awe at how fucking ridiculous the situation is. Holy shit. So anyway, Elon Musk is an inspiration because if this man can become a billionaire, any of us can become a billionaire.
I'm working on it.
If this is the bar. Holy shit. Oh, here's also a fun fact. When he was removing the sign from the fucking Twitter HQ from saying Twitter, this is just fun. This is on the side. He didn't get the proper permits, so they made him stop. So now Twitter HQ just says Oh, God. Fucking delightful. I love it. It's such a fucking unique case of, like, Schadenfreude to watch this man fucking fail. You think this is Musk's favorite album? Is it fucking X Japan album? Yeah. Oh, God. Probably, honestly. Oh, that's it. That's my Elon Musk thing. I had to talk about this.
That's fair.
You got anything to add, John?
No. I don't. I really don't. I mean, he can get sued by DMX too, because X gonna give it to him.
DMX is dead.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna give a shit.
No.
No, I really don't have any, I don't really have anything.
I feel like all of this can be summed up by this one image on screen.
It really can, though. Yeah, with the X's and the.
Oh fuck! Dude.
All right, moving right along.
Okay. All right, this is your topic.
All right. The last game I'm going to talk about is Diablo IV. The game of games, the game of hell, because there's hell stuff in it. Whatever. Diablo 4 is great. I put definitely over 100 and something hours in it from when it came out until I stopped playing about 2.5 weeks ago. Because I just needed a break because I put over 100 hours.
Oh, so you haven't gotten hit by the patch?
No, because which is good because I'm a sorcerer. So the last thing I want to do is get hit with that fucking patch that nerfs my entire build.
Yeah, it nerfs every build. It is a universal downgrade from what I've heard.
Yeah, they already said they were gonna roll it back. But yeah, no. The story in this game was fun. It's a lot better than 3's was. 3 is very straightforward. The open world aspect of the game definitely makes it way more interesting than just kind of like the straight and narrow path that like 1, 2, and 3 are. It looks fucking great. Game looks fucking fantastic. I enjoyed basically every moment of this game except for moments where I would die because it does get a little laggy. Yeah, which I mean, being an online always game, obviously that's gonna happen. But it was kind of annoying. But I don't do hardcore characters, so I don't really give a shit.
I know someone lost to level 100 because of lag, or because they disconnected.
Yeah, DC'd, they died. Yeah, rip. But yeah, it was fun. It was good. It was good to play a game too with friends. Like it's been a while since I've had a game where I can play with other people too. Because typically I play single player games, so it was nice to getting on. Like I played with Arsic, his brother, a couple friends in another Discord and stuff like that. So that was definitely the best part of Diablo 4 is playing with other people, in my opinion, because it's fun running around doing stuff like just fucking up giant groups of like enemies and stuff like that. That's like literally like the best. Yeah, we need to play some more Power Wash Simulator. I need to buy that game again. I canceled my my Game Pass because I never played anything on it, so I just canceled it.
Fair.
I'd rather just subscribe to Humble Bundle, the subscription for that, because you just get like 6 free games or whatever. But yeah, I really enjoyed this game. It was a lot of fun. I'm not gonna talk too much on it because there's not really much to talk about. You know,
the boss in this is like Lilith, right?
Yeah, daughter of Diablo. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
what?
the cutscenes.
Oh, okay. They're not getting. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's its own
Um,
continuity. I was just like, that is not who Lilith is in the Bible.
yeah. But yeah, the cutscenes are great. The voice acting top tier too. Nothing sounded phoned in like it kind of was in 3, but definitely a great game. Go play it if you have time, because it's definitely a game that requires time and patience sometimes. That's all. That's all I want to
Do
say
you
about
know who Lilith is in the Bible, real quick? I'm gonna go
it.
on like a
No,
little bit of a religious rant here, but do you know who Lilith is in the Bible?
no.
Or I should say in the Torah, because they mostly edit a Torah out of the Bible. So Lilith is Adam's first wife. And if you actually read your copy of the Bible, it
I don't
does
have one.
say that on the sixth day, God created the night witches, which is actually specifically Lilith. But in the Torah, I believe it just says God created Lilith, because she's actually featured in there. But she was the first wife of Adam, and according to like Abrahamic mythology, she left the Garden of Eden, I believe, of her own volition, because she refused to be subservient to a man. You got to get that fucking like fucking misogynistic line in there somehow. But anyway, she went to a river and she just like fucking started shitting out demon babies. I believe she's the wife of Astaroth. I used to think she was the wife of Samiel, but I believe she's actually the wife of Astaroth, which is the like child of Satan. Rather than the wife of Satan itself. But anyway, yeah, she started shitting out demon babies. An angel came up to her and was like, hey, stop shitting out demon babies. And Lilith was like, no, fuck you. And then the angel was like, well, I'm going to kill 2,000 demon babies every fucking day then. And Lilith's like, well, then I'll shit out 2001 demons. What are you going to do then? And the angel's like, fucking nothing. And that's how hell got so populated with demons, because Lilith just started shitting demons out of her. And by shit, I mean gave birth to, from the womb, like a mother would, but there you go. So yeah, Lilith is actually the first woman in the Bible, to be honest. So it's fun.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Good game. Go play it.
She also has children named the Lilium, which are borrowed from Mesopotamian mythology, which also appear in Mesopotamian mythology as a sort of like vampire-esque creatures. Anyway, all of these exist in Shin Megami Tensei, but as one can assume, Shin Megami Tensei has absolutely no fucking idea how mythology works, so it's all very halfway off key.
That's fair.
Because anyone who thinks fucking Mega 10 is accurate to mythology doesn't know mythology. But obvious from what you've just said, her being like the daughter of Diablo, obviously neither is fucking Diablo. I'm gonna make a claim. I think Diablo was the very first M-rated game I ever played.
Halo was mine.
Yeah.
No, wait, no. I lied. This is actually, I don't. It hurts me to say this. My first M-rated game was Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero Mythologies.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That was my first M-rated game.
I'm so sorry for you. My parents at the time were really they played Vampire the Masquerade, which is a very popular tabletop in the 90s, and it still exists, but it got like bought out by Paradox, who had to absorb the entire White Wolf company after they made the Brujas have ties to gay purging and neo-Nazis. And Paradox is like, well, this whole company's got to go. We'll just publish White Wolf ourselves. Fuck off, White Wolf. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, they were playing like a Vampire Masquerade game. Mama Sack ran a fucking one vampire game for like 10 years. Like a single campaign for like 10 years, which is very impressive. And I would fuck off and play PC games. I played like The Sims and I played Diablo on a goddamn Apple computer. If you can believe that shit. So yeah, I actually played Diablo and Diablo 2 on an Apple computer. It wasn't until years and years later Diablo 3 came out, and by that point I just lost interest. But from what I understand, Diablo, like, even if the gameplay style is the same, all like post Diablo 2, like the games are just completely different. Like they became like always online sort of MMO type things, right?
Only 4. 3 wasn't always online. You could play that offline.
Oh, was it actually single player? I always like saw people like doing like it looked like raids and shit together.
Yeah, you can do that. So like you do the raids and stuff together, but like yeah, 4 is a step further where like you can just see random people like running around doing stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So
I
like
remember like 1 and 2, Diablo 1 and 2 were just like classic CRPGs.
yeah, like 3 you would have to invite like people to your party and then you would see them. You wouldn't just see random motherfuckers running around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or you could just play alone. Like I like literally I think I got to like Paragon like 570 basically by myself
Yeah.
in Diablo 3.
But yeah, I remember kind of enjoying Diablo 1 and 2 when I was like, how old was I? I'd have been 6. I was 6 when I was playing that Diablo. I'm sorry, John. You have that smile. Like, God damn it.
I'm old. I'm old. Like Diablo 2 came. I think I was like 13 when that game came out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm old.
Anyway, yeah, Diablo 4. Give us a recommendation.
Yep, absolutely play it.
I
I
won't.
always forget Pache's older. I won't. Fuck you.
I believe of everyone active in chat right now, Maid is the baby, followed by Arsic.
Yes,
I believe
that
it is
would
Maid,
sound
Arsic,
right.
me, you, Pache.
Yeah. Which I'm always used to being the oldest, so I always forget that sometimes people are older. Like my buddy Tuna is a year older than me, and I always forget about that.
Yeah.
So I'd be like talking about how old I am and shit. He's like, "Fuck you!" I'm like a year older than you. I'm like, "Oh yeah, dude," because he looks way younger than me. So I'm like, "Fuck you! Stop being so handsome.
Yeah.
Stop being handsome. You're a handsome man." All right,
Uh,
let's move on.
yeah, moving on to the next topic. I finally did it. I finally beat Fire Emblem Engage.
I haven't
Before
opened my copy yet.
Before we actually get into the topic of Fire Emblem Engage, I think there's a bit of an implication. I'm just going to talk about it before we even get into this. Because I said after Fire Emblem Engage, I would be going with Tears of the Kingdom. So before we actually get into my Engage discussion, I'm willing to talk a little bit about Tears of the Kingdom. I have not started the story mode, and I swear to God, I've played at least 60 hours of this game. of Tears of the
Okay.
Kingdom. I didn't like Tears of the Kingdom for the first 10 hours. If any, I remember, so which is actually 10 hours quicker than I started liking Breath of the Wild. For the record, I absolutely disliked Breath of the Wild for the first 20 hours, because I find the opening of both of those games just fucking rough. Just very rough. You have low hearts. All the enemies do 1,000,000,000 damage. You just like walk forward, you fucking die instantly. I would actually say the opening to Tears of the Kingdom is actually probably even rougher than Breath of the Wild, if we're being totally honest. Because like a big thing about Breath of the Wild is you
Yeah.
go directly forward and you enter into like the center of like the kingdom, and then the Guardians just shoot you to shit. Right?
They really do that.
You don't even have a chance. Like if you just walk forward, you're dead instantly in Breath of the Wild. You feel so underpowered in that game right at the beginning, and like. Tears of the Kingdom starts you off in this like the Sky Island. I think it's to prevent the Breath of the Wild, you just instantly get bodied kind of thing. But the big thing is like the Great Sky Island is just fucking boring. Like it explains every concept of the game, and I just for 10 hours of Tears of the Kingdom, I was so fucking bored. It's just like, God, I am not enjoying this. But I always remember in the back of my mind, I'm like, yeah, but you remember you hated the opening of Breath of the Wild too, right? It was like 20 hours before you even liked it. So like once you get off the Sky Island, I think Tears of the Kingdom opens up. You don't just walk forward and instantly die. In fact, I can't even. I got into the castle at one point, but like I haven't explored it at all, and I have no real desire to like head into the castle at all. Like it seems harder to get in there in this game anyway. It seems a lot more story focused. From what I've seen from like the memories I've relived, I definitely wouldn't like so far. I wouldn't. Keep in mind, I'm pretty early narratively into the game. I don't think I would put Tears of the Kingdom's like story aspects and its like themes over Breath of the Wild, but I'm willing to take a start. What I will say is like the first memory I unlocked in this game is the memory where Zelda's like, well, I guess I'm gonna become a beep 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 beep. Like I got like the last memory first is what happened.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That actually sucks. It was like I did them in order, and like it was like perfect because like obviously it goes in like the way the story's supposed to go. Like getting that last one first would have fucking ruined it for me. I would have been like, well, nope.
So that's what happened to me. Is I basically
I'm sorry,
the
Snack, 'cause that
entire
is definitely
time
unfortunate.
I'm not even fucking with you. I've basically been getting them backwards.
That's definitely unfortunate because it tells a pretty good story front to back, and seeing it back and going back is like, oh god, no, thank you.
It's to me, it's basically like a fucking Nolan film. It's so completely out of order.
Oh, we'll get to that.
I know, that's why I brought it up. It's just blithering fucking nonsense. But I will say, like, gameplay wise, the abilities are a lot simpler. They're a lot less like JoJo stands. In fact, they're not JoJo stands, where they were in Breath of the Wild. But like, I don't know. It seems like I've learned progressively how to use the abilities in Tears of the Kingdom, and it's the same thing that I experienced in Breath of the Wild, where I don't feel like the game feels like it's getting easier as it's going, but I don't feel like I'm getting stronger. I think I'm just I don't feel like I'm getting stronger, but I don't feel like I'm getting better at the game. So I don't know why it feels like it's getting easier. Maybe I am getting better at the game as it goes. I don't know. It's fucking weird. Did you experience that? Well, I'm gonna turn off Fire Emblem Engage since we're not talking about it. Actually, hold up.
There is like the hidden XP system to the game, so that might be what
The XP system makes it harder, actually. I know exactly how the XP system works. And it means that, like, progressively more powerful enemy... By the way, I'm actually gaming the system because I know how the XP system works, so I'm intentionally not fighting bosses.
That makes sense.
Because I don't want
that's why it's so easy for you, then.
Well, but I'm not getting, like, it's not like I'm getting better equipment. It's just, like, getting easier for some reason. I don't know. I think the implication is I am getting better. I just can't tell. It doesn't feel like God Eater did, where I know what's improving is me. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe it's so subtle that I can't tell what's happening. But like, I don't know. It feels like the game has gotten progressively easier as it goes. Like now, like it used to be like I die every 2 minutes, and now I don't think I've died in like 3-4 hours or something. So
yeah, it might also be because you played Breath of the Wild 2. You're just used to the controls too, because they're literally like everything is basically the same.
They're very similar for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like that's how I experienced it. Like I kind of just ran through it.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely more story in Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't know if I would say what I've experienced is like better. It seems a little generic from what I've experienced, but like I don't hate it. I don't dislike it. It's fun. It's good. I like that there's more story. I think if I had a major complaint about Breath of the Wild, and I had a lot actually of complaints about Breath of the Wild, but like one of the things is it's a little story light. I think what it did with its story was fucking phenomenal, but I would have liked more side stories, and Tears of the Kingdom does do what I want, which is make it so there's more civilization post Calamity. Like there's more people you encounter, more things going on, and I do enjoy that, and like the side quests and stuff like that. I recently maxed out my stamina bar, so that's pretty great. But yeah, I am enjoying Tears of the Kingdom, mostly from a gameplay perspective. I know people who create like crazy ass builds, and as expected, I love solving issues with the simplest solution possible. Like a really easy way to get through most of the shrines is not to use the intended solution. It's just to grab the resource that was behind you in the first place. Like you grab a ball and you just pick up the ball, and I'm like, this is my ball. And then you can use that ball in the next one, and it makes clearly the developers are like, this is how you're supposed to do it, and I'm just like, okay, but what if I take the bridge I just made and then use it again? And most shrines can't withstand that. most shrines can't withstand just grabbing the resource you already had and reusing it.
I think my favorite aspect of that game is that it's just like, do whichever, like the theme of the game is do whatever the fuck you want. Like just do it the way you think would be fun or funny or realistic or whichever way you want to play the game. I like that aspect of that, because like I've seen, like I did Like I think it was like one of the shrines or whatever.
Hmm.
And then like I was like, I don't think that's how you were supposed to do it. And I went back and like I looked at like an actual walkthrough of it, and I was like, oh, that makes way more sense. But I was like, well, I got through it though, and I did it my way, and it made it more enjoyable than actually like I guess looking it up and doing it the way it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
the experience
Well, a
was way
trick
better.
I think the idea is they create an intended solution for the children, but one thing I do really appreciate about Tears of the Kingdom that Breath of the Wild didn't have, and I think this is an edge the game has over it, is that in Tears of the Kingdom, like especially with Japanese game development, one thing they do is they have intended solutions, and if you're not using that intended solutions, they will intentionally block off you from using anything other than what they intended you doing. And Tears of the
Yeah.
Kingdom is like, well, but what if we don't? Like, it takes it like a D&D
Yeah.
game would, where it's like, well, what if we just let him do it how, like, we have a solution in mind, but like, what if we just let him do it how they want? And I do very much appreciate how that is built into the game, exactly like you're saying. I love that it's like,
Yeah.
this is what you're supposed to do, but like, I don't fucking care if you decide to grab the bridge you just made and make an even bigger bridge. One of the things I am very fond of doing is using the rewind ability, and rewind can rewind for about 20 seconds. So what I'll do is, if I need to get up somewhere, I'll lift a box up with the
Yep.
like telekinesis power for 20 seconds, rewind it, and then I know for 20 seconds that object is just going to be floating in mid goddamn air. I'll walk over and I'll ascend through it as like a fucking ladder. And that'll get me.
I've done
That
it,
gets
yeah.
you through a lot of shrines because like they don't stop you from doing it. It's clearly not what you're supposed to do, but it gets you over a lot of walls. Honestly.
Yeah, logs are another good thing that I found. Like just chopping out a tree and like porting up through the log to get up higher. That was another like thing I used a lot too. To
I
like kind of get through the game.
I wasn't able to get into one of the sky towers at one point. I think I have about 2 sky towers away from actually finishing the full map. And I like looked up a video and I saw someone ascend through a cave before, and I'm like, oh god, I didn't even know you could do that. And since then, I've been more mindful of the ascend ability. And like when you remember you have the ascend ability and you like put effort into using it,
Oh, I spam that thing.
it's
Like I got up
it's so
mountains
good.
so easy. Yeah, it really is.
It's so good.
You can
Yeah.
literally abuse it. Like it is like a thing. It is something that you can definitely abuse.
It's like it's crazy to think like the ability to just go up is so fucking powerful, but the ability to just go up is really fucking powerful.
It really is, yeah. And
It taught me a fucking lesson. It's like, wow, what was wrong was me. I didn't know how to use the power very well because I forgot I had it because it's so
Yeah.
fucking off kilter. But no, I've been doing great. I have like 13 hearts. I have all the stamina wheels finally. It's a fun game. It's one of those things where it's like people always describe in like Breath of the Wild where they're like, oh, I just love exploring. I didn't care about exploring in Breath of the Wild. It was go to the 150 shrines, do the 150 shrine things. That was it. That was Breath of the Wild for me. And then I go to the objectives and solve the objectives. I actually find myself kind of like Tears of the Kingdom seems like it has more depth to me, right? Like it's like there's things
literally
to
and
explore.
figuratively.
Figuratively and figuratively, you're correct. It just has like more depth to explore and like more caves to go in and more interesting things, and like the addition of people, because the world isn't in like it's not an apocalypse, it's post-apocalyptic, so there are people fucking wandering around. There's actually things to do and people to see and stuff to happen, and like I said, I'm not sure if the story is better. I'm not willing to say that because I think what Breath of the Wild did with its actual themes is fucking phenomenal, but there's more of it. There's unquestionably more of it, and honestly, I can appreciate that. I wouldn't be surprised if when I do a full review of like Tears of the Kingdom, don't be surprised if I say the bold words that John said last time. I wouldn't be surprised if I put Tears of the Kingdom over Breath of the Wild. As fucking batshit crazy as it sounds, don't be shocked. It's probably going to happen because what can I say? They made a good fucking game. I'm not going to call it an 11 out of 10. I think that's fucking bonkers. I wouldn't even call it a 10 out of 10, but it is just surprisingly competent on every level.
It's like what you would want in a sequel, like a direct sequel.
I would agree. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They kind of just improve everything vaguely.
Yeah.
Like, you'll always, like, prefer one story over the other, but, like, as far as, like, the functional, nitty-gritty, crunchy aspect of it, it's better crunch. It's a better crunch, is what Tears of the Kingdom is. Like, unquestionably. I'm not a fan of the fucking Gloom hands.
And nobody is. I remember the first time I found them, it was, like, right in the beginning of the game. I was like, no.
I said no for the longest time, and then I was like, what if I just fucking fight him? What if I fight him? And I actually managed to squeak out a victory. John, you know what happens when you beat a Gloom hand, right?
No. I just run.
Oh, you fight Ganon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was like, what if I just dig my heels in and I beat these fuckers, and then fucking Ganon shows up, and I'm like, oh, he fucking demolished me. He made it look easy.
I never updated.
Oh, there is a dupe glitch in the game. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm using it. I have like 40,000 fucking rubies. Which is the only glitch I need. Anyway, I have actually killed a Gloomhands Ganon. It's fucking rough. It's a rough fight. It drains all your resources to pull it off. But no, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom was really good. Full disclosure, you know that bottle of margarita I started with? It's gone.
There we go.
I'm willing to announce it. You're dealing with drunk sack right now.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. There you go. There's my short... Because I feel like it's incomplete if I don't talk a little bit about it. Alright, we ready? Alright, actual Fire Emblem Engage. So, Fire Emblem Engage did...
Wait, before we start this, can we take a quick break?
Sure. I ain't got nothing going on, but I'll squeeze a little piss out if you want.
That's a weird thing to... Yeah. Yeah.
I'm drunk, sack, John.
Oh, yeah, I have to go get a drink too. Yeah, that's true. You are a drunk sack.
All right. Yeah, sure. Why not? We'll take a little bit of a break. We'll be right back, everyone. Hope you had a fucking goop da da bop ba da boop ba ba bow.
Tonight's sponsor is Sack's Empty Bottle Margarita Mix.
Okay, we're back.
We're back. That came from the underground.
I'm out of alcohol. That's not actually true. If I wanted, I could keep drinking vodka.
No, that sounds dangerous.
But hilarious.
Fire Emblem.
What were you talking about?
Fire Emblem.
Oh!
Fire Emblem.
Fire Emblem Engage, yes. The game that John said last time is not a AAA game, despite being created by Nintendo. You know, everyone's favorite indie developer. Nintendo.
Intelligent Systems.
Which is, of course, owned by...
Nintendo, yeah.
Nintendo.
Hey, I know when I eat my words.
So a little indie game you've probably never heard of, Fire Emblem Engage, just sold like 2 million copies. You know, it's probably, no one knows.
I have a copy, unopened.
Apparently this is supposed to be an anniversary game, which is why it's so into previous Fire Emblem injuries. I don't know what anniversary it's supposed to be. My guess is the 30th, though I think the original Fire Emblem came out in 91, so I think it was a little late for its anniversary. I think it was like the 32nd anniversary or something when this game actually came out. Seems a little arbitrary, but whatever. Fire Emblem Engage. Yeah, so you play a Lear. You can play a man or a woman. And one thing I want to talk about, two things about this game. Number one, this is probably the most censored fucking Fire Emblem game in history. Now, I saw John defend this on one stream, but in his defense, he did back off. He did back off on how, after I completely demolished the argument. But like, yeah, this is the most censored Fire Emblem game in history, and they censor every aspect of romance out of this game for some arbitrary reason. I've heard it's because the people working on it felt like uncomfortable dealing with teenage romance, which like, get a new fucking job then. What are you talking about? Like, teenagers romancing teenagers has been around since like fucking Shakespeare's day. Like, what? It's baffling. It's fucking there's so many, like, the problem with fucking Zoomers is they're goddamn children that are like, they act like fucking undersexed soccer moms that need to get dicked down by their hot black neighbor.
Okay.
You're dealing with drunk sack. Sober sack probably wouldn't have been that crass.
10 out of 10.
But anyway, yeah, so yeah, they removed all aspects of romance and sexuality out of this game, which is fucking baffling because all the characters are relatively the same age except for perhaps Alear, who is like 1,000 but was like in a coma for 1,000 years, so is mentally relatively the same. But they didn't remove the relationships with the adults in this game, from what I've heard. Not that I attempted it, so it's even more baffling. So like, apparently it's okay for a 17-year-old to fuck like a 60-year-old man, but fucking another 17-year-old, that's too far, man.
That is a little bit too far, man.
I've heard there's a bit of a controversy between Anne because she's like 13, but you're not fucking Anne in the game. It's more of like, oh man, I like you. Yeah, I kind of like you too. Maybe I'll get with you when you're like fucking 8 years older, you know, like an adult or something, which is a little weird, sure, but it doesn't need to get censored out of the game. Everyone knows I'm very, very anti-censorship, and I don't think I need to say that. But what's even more baffling about this is the first Fire Emblem game which finally did what I always wanted. This is the first Fire Emblem game where every single character is bisexual, and that is the correct way to run a romantic social simulator game. You should be able to date or fuck anyone you want. That's the goddamn point. All of the men will get with male Alear. All of the women will get with male Alear. All of the fucking men will get with female Alear, and all of the women will get with female Alear. They don't care. Everyone's bi, and that's how it should be. Persona. And so in their attempt to be politically correct, they also came off horrifyingly homophobic. Because the first game where everyone was bisexual is also the first game where we can't show that to the fucking teenagers who are playing this game, because this isn't rated E for everyone. It's not marketed towards children at all. We can't show this to the fucking teenagers. We can't show them gay people. Fucking dickheads. Anyway, Fire Emblem Engage, yeah. T-House fucked this one. If I could somehow not support this, I wouldn't support this. Like, I think Nintendo needs its shit slapped in for the amount of censorship this game had to go through. Anyway, let's talk about the story of this game. It's very basic. There's an evil dragon. You gotta kill the evil dragon. You're a holy dragon. There's a plot twist. Oh no! You're an evil dragon also. But you got imbued with the powers of Holy Dragon. I shouldn't have spoiled that, but frankly, who fucking cares? That's why you're red and blue. You'll figure it out within like 11 seconds, honestly. There's also, fuck it, your mom dies. You know, like what happens in every Fire Emblem game. Your fucking parent dies in every single Fire Emblem game. I don't know if I've ever played a Fire Emblem game where your parent hasn't died in. Genuinely, I don't think I have. It's saying that is like the equivalent of being like, hey, by the way, you're playing a Final Fantasy game. There's a Cid in the game. Guess what? Fire Emblem with a dragon, color shock. Exactly. Like, if you played a Fire Emblem, what I'm saying is not even really a spoiler anymore. It really delves into like the multiverse shit, which apparently I've discovered was starting with Awakening. Is the least favorite part of Fire Emblem. I hate multiverse shit in Fire Emblem. I want each Fire Emblem to either be its own self-contained universe or to all exist in the same timeline like old Fire Emblems used to. Awakening really fucked the franchise in that regard. Excuse me. So basically, the Queen has summoned emblems from the other world, which are, I can't tell if it's just the actual heroes or just versions of the hero from another timeline to form rings to give you powers. And so you equip emblems to characters and they gain powers based on the main characters of the other game. This game uses female Corrin, which is great, but it also is the only Fire Emblem game that uses male Byleth from Fire Emblem Three Houses, which is fucking weird, because even, like, I think Three Hopes, which is like the Fire Emblem's Warrior games, defaults to using female Byleth. Female Byleth is used in all of the promotional material. It's used in a hero. Like, if you were to tell me which Fire Emblem character most likely had a canon gender, it would have been Byleth until right this moment, where they use male Byleth for Engage. I don't know what they're doing, but as we know, Fire Emblem has multiple timelines, and they use that to explain gender differences. So I guess this is a male Byleth timeline. It's just weird. It's weird they went with male Byleth, female. Yeah, it's weird they went with male Byleth. Is weird. What Robin do they use? I believe they use male Robin, which is what's usually used for Robin. Like, Robin's usually male, but, like, Byleth's usually female. So it's weird they go with male Byleth, but it doesn't really matter. Which actually does kind of come up in the final boss, where you're expected to, like, fight against, like, the villains of all of the games, but they just use generic enemy designs and just give them the weapons that the enemies use as the final bosses of each respective Fire Emblem game. So unless you know what weapon the final boss of each Fire Emblem game uses, you can't even engage properly in the final boss fight as the developer intended. So, and honestly, like, you don't even need the correct emblem to defeat the final boss of each game, so I didn't even bother. Like, I tried to do it at first, and then I was like, wait, can I just hurt them with anyone? And the answer became yes, so I would just fucking kill the final boss without even worrying about matching the games to each other. It's such a weird decision. What I will say about this is, like, the characters in this game, I was going to call them social links, the supports in this game, are a lot more stripped down from Engage. They're better than, like, Fates or something, but, like, compared to Three Houses, I feel like the characters are a lot weaker, a lot more simplified. I think the designs are a lot weaker than War Arc characters in Fire Emblem Three Houses. I think they're a lot more forgettable, but I did enjoy the cast enough. I did most of the supports in the game. I married Citrine, I played female Lilir, and I considered Yunaka my best friend. And I did all of Citrine and Yunaka's. I did a lot of supports. I did most of the supports of the game. Some were better than others, but, like, I don't know. It did feel like a step back from Three Houses, and from what I understand, this game was a bit rushed, so that's probably why. But what I will say is, like, the story is a bit weaker. What I will say is that the gameplay I'm a little mixed on. It brings back the weapon triangle, which is, like, swords are good against axes, axes are good against spears, spears are good against swords, and then adds a few other levels to it, which is, like, daggers are good against, like, magic, magic is good against everything, and is very strong against armor. This game fixes armor units. Holy shit. Can I talk about this for a second? This game fixes armor units. Yeah. Now, this is going to probably disappoint a lot of Fire Emblem players, but the way they fixed armor units is exactly how I've been saying you have to fix armor units. I'm sorry, everyone. That's what they did, and it's what I think they always should have done. Armor units just move at the same speed. They have the same movement as every other character. I know, but it's the problem is armor units are too fucking slow, and just simply giving them the same movement as every other basic unit just infinitely increases their uses. It makes them actually usable. They're just too slow in every other game other than this one. I like how Fire Emblem is the thing the series is named of. In the original Fire Emblem, it was a glorified treasure key. The Fire Emblem is different in literally every game. That's the thing. It's like they change it every single time. But yeah, they fix armor units. They bring back the weapon triangle. I really like those units, but they get rid of, like, attacking defensing poses, so you can't stack units in this game. And they instead have chain attacks, which is the only consistent way I found that they were able to damage my Lilir until I made her just immune to chain attacks. And I'm not a big chain attack fan. I just don't like the mechanics. I like, as far as, like, chain attacks go, I prefer stances like they had in like Fates and Three Houses and stuff, and stacking units and stuff like that. I just like that better. I know a lot of people like stroke this game's dick about like, oh, it's like a return to classic Fire Emblem. The map design in this is good. It's not the best I've ever had. It's not as good as like it's not as good as like Conquest, but it's a lot more varied, and there's a lot more like environmental hazards as composed to something like Birthright or Three Houses or something. So I think there's some good map design in this game, so some decent map design. I still think Conquest is like tops me out as far as map design for when it comes to Fire Emblem. And Alear has a personality. I actually will defend Byleth to no end. I think Byleth's complete lack of personality is Byleth's personality. I do adore Byleth in that regard. But Alear has a sort of like naive, innocent, likable protagonist personality. And I think getting to see past Alear is also kind of fun when you go back in time briefly. That was a spoiler, but who gives a shit? Because I didn't tell you the context of it. But yeah, no, it's a fun game. One thing that blows me away is just like, then this is going to surprise you. The art, John, you are just white, dude. You are just fucking glowing. I don't know what you're fucking around with while I'm going on this drunken rant, but you are just like, you are shining. You are a fucking mirror you are like staring directly at heaven, and God is appearing upon you, and the fucking Hayath Hakodash are surrounded by the Ophinium, chanting the praises of the fucking Holy Spirit as you're fucking sitting there, dude. Like, you are just white. Anyway, what the fuck was that? Oh yeah, the art style and the animation. I love the bold color choices in this game. They're bright, they're dynamic, they're sharp, and the graphics look great on this. And you know I don't often talk about this, but like the animation in this game is fucking sick as shit, right? I think it uses the same technology as like Last of Us punch lasers, because I've seen interactions with the environment during combat. Like, enemies will like fire arrows, and you'll have like a character deflect the arrow with their sword. Like in other Fire Emblem games, they'll just dodge out of the way, but in this game, they'll like deflect with the sword, they'll dodge the attacks, they'll counterattack, they'll parry. I once had a character like knock someone back, they hit the wall, and they bounce off the wall. And I know this seems minor, but when you're talking about like a strategy game with a map, like a overhead map of you, this is kind of a big deal. I've never seen this in any other strategy game, not even just like Fire Emblem. I've never seen this in any strategy game. I once had like Alear jump back, land on just the corner of a stairs, and use that to catapult herself forward for a lunge attack. It is like astounding, the animation in this game. Like, if one thing I took away from this game is easily top in like fucking animation for the characters. It is a genuine pleasure to watch characters in this game fight. If that makes any sense.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, like especially when it comes to combat, like you want it to be exciting and fun to watch, especially in a game like Fire Emblem. Like if you think back on like games like obviously Fire Emblem, like in the beginning and like Advanced Wars, it was kind of just like a little scene where it's like pew pew and stuff like that. So like
stab, block, yeah, and those are like shedding around the arena. It's fucking awesome.
So like that was like I don't know if you ever played Wargroove, which is like basically Fire Emblem but a little bit different. But it has really good animation in that as well too. Like it's a lot of fun to play and watch. Actually that's a game I need to also beat still. So definitely pick up Wargroove if you can.
Yeah,
the second one.
In Three Houses, I skipped the animations all the time because like it's usually like the same, except for unless you get a really cool one. But like, and especially in like Fates and stuff. But in like Fire Emblem Engage, excuse me, the only time I skipped animations is if I was grinding and I just didn't want to invest the time in watching them, because they were always a pleasure. The game looks fantastic.
I do the same when I play a Pokemon game the second time around. I'll just like turn off the animations for that, so because like I've already seen it, and it just speeds up the whole process at that point. It's
different every time is the thing. That's what I want to get across with the Engage. You'll never see the same fight. Like you'll never see the same fight animation. It is a pleasure to watch. It's just like the reason I turned it off is like I don't have time to sit through fucking 3 seconds of animation every single time someone fights. I just want to get it done
that's
with.
fair. I want to play it. I haven't even opened it yet. I think it's still over there unopened. I want to eventually one of these days I'll sit down and play some of it. I want to play Three Houses too. That's what I was actually looking at when you say my face is all wet. I was actually looking on Amazon for Three Houses.
Three Houses is a better game, I would probably say, but Engage is a great place to start. If you were to say like this is my first Fire Emblem, I think Engage is a great place to start Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
If you want to like you get a general idea of the mechanics and how it works. Oh, this game also does something else that I absolutely love. It is, I believe, the first Fire Emblem without gendered classes. Every other Fire Emblem limits classes based on gender, and Engage is, I believe, the first one to not do it. Like men can become Pegasus riders, women can become like dark mages and shit. It's fucking delightful. Well, I guess women could always become dark mages. Women can become like punch guys. Punch. They can be punch ladies in this.
They can have the punchies.
They can punch in this game. Yeah, it's like the first game that just like got rid of gender restrictions entirely across the board, and I fucking love it for that. It's great. I hope this is like the standard for Fire Emblem going forward. Like everyone's bisexual. Everyone can be every class. I would absolutely love that.
Maybe that's what the next one will be.
I can
Fire
hope.
Emblem Disengage.
Yeah. But no, it's a solid game. It's far from my favorite Fire Emblem. I would put it under Conquest. I would put it under Three Houses easily. But it's not bad. It's a very like I would almost say it's like a mid-tier Fire Emblem game, honestly. Like the characters in the story really hold it back. And like I said, I'm not like the biggest fan of the gameplay, but it's not bad. The animations are gorgeous. The art style is gorgeous. It's a bit hard to like rank supports up. It seems like they took like in fucking Three Houses, for example, if someone was next to someone else whose support went up, their support also went up. Like it was really easy to level supports, especially with stances in early Fire Emblem games. And without this, supports are a fucking pain to grind. And you can like cook for people, and you can do like events like apple picking, trending the stables, swimming. But most of this is like based around like increasing supports for Aleer, which was really easy. But like increasing supports for other characters wasn't as available in Engage, and so I had to kind of grind for everyone else's supports with each other. And the big thing about this one is the epilogue, the end of the game, which is like Aleer gets her own epilogue, but the characters in this game, and this is probably the first Fire Emblem I've played since like Awakening or something. Not Awakening, the one for the Path of Radiance. This is the first Fire Emblem I've played since like Path of Radiance, where the characters couldn't pair off or get married or anything. And like there are no child units obviously in Three Houses because the time span doesn't allow for that, but you could still have your characters married for each other, and you can't do that in Engage. And like that's always been one of the things I really enjoyed as far as like Fire Emblem is like, okay, these characters could get together, and this creates the kind of epilogue I want. But like Engage, it's just like, and this person did this and this person did that, and then it's just like, I don't know, occasionally they mention each other, but it's like they never like see each other again. You can't pair off your characters. It's like really disappointing. Like the game feels as rushed as I've heard it was.
Interesting.
I also did the DLC, for the record, the fucking $30 DLC, just in case you're wondering. The story on that is okay. It's fine. It's serviceable. I think the characters it adds are probably the major draw to it. I liked seeing their interaction. I did absolute... if I'm going to play $30, I'm going to do all their support. So I did every support for every DLC character. And I think they have some interesting interactions. I think it's really cool to see what would happen if the Four Hounds just weren't evil. And that's really what the DLC brings you, is what if the Four Hounds just weren't evil? So I think it's actually kind of cool, especially seeing the interactions with Mavier, because the Mavier you have in your party is the Mavier from the Four Hounds Mavier and not the Four Winds Mavier, because they have the good sense to kill Four Winds Mavier. Although I think Four Winds Mavier interacting with Four Hounds Mavier would have been fucking amazing. I think it would have been hilarious to see a dude hang out with himself. All of all, it's a solid game. Not my favorite Fire Emblem. I would almost put it like middle of the row, if that makes sense. In ways, I'm a bit disappointed by it, but in other ways, I was impressed by it. You know?
No, that's good though, because like I still want to play it. I just need to find the time. I still need to I still have to finish the Kirby game that my kid and I started, so I gotta do that. And there's a whole bunch of games coming out in the next.
Knowing how you play games where you just rush through the story mode and don't give a shit to the bonus stuff, I think Fire Emblem Engage is a good way to get you acclimatized to the mechanics of the game. I think it's a good for your first fight. You're not going to enjoy it that much, but I think it's a good way to give you the general idea. Like I think it would function for you as a tutorial, and then you can get into heavier Fire Emblems like Conquest or Three Houses or something, or Thracia.
Yeah, I definitely want to play a good portion of them. I'm probably not going to play all of them.
Yeah,
but that's what my Steam Deck's for. It's for the preservation of old video games. You know.
I want to play the most updated version of every Fire Emblem game. So I don't want to play all of the Fire Emblem games because there's like 3 versions of the first game and 2 versions of the second game and stuff like that. But I want to play like the most up-to-date version of all of them with like the modern systems and stuff.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't come out like with a collection for them or anything yet.
Or are you? It's Nintendo.
Huh?
It's Nintendo. Are you surprised?
Yeah, fair enough.
There you go. So when does Nintendo ever do that? There's never been a Mario collection. There's never been a Pokemon collection. I don't think there's a Kirby collection.
Okay, so there are Kirby collections, yes.
Are there? Okay.
So there was one on 3DS, a Kirby one. Pokemon, absolutely not. But
so about 10 years ago.
The Mario All-Star, or not the Mario All-Star for Super Nintendo. That was a collection of Mario games. The one that came out with 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy. That's technically a collection.
Yeah, that's like 3 games though. That's not the entire series of Mario.
That's basically the entire series of Mario.
Well, in that case, Fire Emblem did do it because the third Fire Emblem game was like the original Fire Emblem game with a bit of extra added onto it.
Like, funnily enough, I'm looking on Amazon right now. Three Houses is $51.
Yeah.
Engage, $42.
Well, to be fair, Fire Emblem Three Houses sold over double the amount of Engage.
Yeah, which I'm like, okay, so
Three Houses sold about over 5 million. Sold around 5 million copies.
Yeah.
So, which is for video game sales is fucking fantastic, for the record.
Yeah.
But it's
100%.
Yeah, it's like the best-selling fucking Fire Emblem game of all time. Like Engage sold, like Three Houses sold around Elden Ring level. So
we just gauge everything on Elden Ring.
Huh?
We can just do any gauge right now on Elden Ring.
There's also much, I believe, Devil May Cry 4 sold. If you can believe that. Could you believe Capcom saw the sales? By the way, after telling you that it was like around Elden Ring, Fire Emblem Three Houses level, can you believe that Capcom saw those numbers for Devil May Cry 4 and was like, that's not enough? And decided to cancel Devil May Cry after that? Think about that for a second.
Yeah, but then 5, just as good or better.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, they were like 5 million? That's not enough copies. Like, Capcom. What did you want from them? Tears of the Kingdom did like 10 million for the record. So, which means like Devil May Cry 4 did half of Tears of the Kingdom. You know, the game everyone's been waiting for, like everyone almost universally has been waiting for like 6 years. It did half of that. And Capcom was like, that's not a high enough sales number. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Capcom needs to bring back my boy.
Absolutely insane. Holy shit. Like, oh my god. They said they went Call of Duty 4 numbers. Yeah, lunacy. Lunacy.
Arsik, I literally told you that when we played like last time that you could do that. All right, is that the end of Fire Emblem?
Yeah, that's the end of Fire Emblem.
All right, moving right along.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. This fucking green screen's being a dick.
The dick screen.
It's being a fucking dick screen.
I almost busted out the green screen tonight too, but I was like logistically setting it up would be a nightmare actually.
It's a fucking my green screen curves over time, so what's next? I don't know what's next. Oh yeah, did I say everything about I think I said everything about Engage. I'm married to Train. I love her. I'm drunk. I'm very drunk.
I'm fucking wasted, bro.
Fight Club! Welcome to Fight Club, the segment of the podcast where we pit a bunch of fictional characters against each other, and we only have 3 rules. Rule number 1, don't ask when's Fight Club. Rule number 2, we take the characters as they're commonly presented. And rule number 3, I did 0 fucking research, and I told John about this about an hour before the podcast, so he also did 0 fucking research. So we're definitely wrong, but we're just gonna have fun with this one. That's the goal of this one, is just have fun. All right? And here we have the fucking piece de la resistance.
There's a lot of JoJo characters on here.
Well, you can blame Araki for that shit. John, you're going to disappear, I think, off the podcast for a brief second as I pull up a piece of paper. That didn't work. Okay, here we go. We've got. I forget the name of the main character of Siren. I'm so sorry, everyone. We have got Ageha Yoshina versus Ageha Yoshina of Siren versus Asta from Black Clover versus Gintoki from Gintama versus Giorno Giovanna from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 versus Son Goku from Dragon Ball versus Gon Free from Hunter x Hunter versus Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach versus Midoriya. What the fuck is Midoriya's last name?
Zuko Midoriya.
Thank you. Also called Deku from My Hero Academia versus Jolene Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6 versus Jonathan Joestar of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 1 Phantom Blood versus Joseph Joestar from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2 Battle Tensei versus Josuke Higashikata from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4 Diamond is Unbreakable versus Jotaro Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3 Stardust Crusaders versus the main character of Basu Renkin, which is a manga I've read and I'm too drunk to remember. Kazuki Muto versus Kenshin Rurouni Kenshin versus Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star versus Light Yagami versus Light Yagami from Death Note versus Medaka Kurokami from Medaka Box versus Monkey D. Luffy from One Piece versus Nagisa. I don't remember Nagisa's last name. Nagisa, what's your last name, my dude? Kenshin Homura, thank you, maid. Nagisa Shiota from Assassination Classroom versus Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto versus fucking Nira. What, I don't remember Nira's last name from Naruhion. I've read this manga, by the way. I'm fucked up. I'm very fucked up.
Love this. I'm gone, by the way. Nobody can see me.
I know, I'm aware of that. Versus Riko Nura from Naruhion versus Pegasus Seiya from Saint Seiya versus Tanjiro. Tanjiro has the last name. Tanjiro is one of the characters with a last name in this list. Fucking Demon Slayer, Tanjiro's last name,
I cannot remember for the life of me.
yeah, Tanjiro Komodo. Wow, really? Komodo? From Demon Slayer versus Oga Tatsumi from Beelzebub versus Toriko from Toriko versus Tsuneyoshi. Fucking, he has a last name. Luckily we're not gonna be naming the characters by their full names every single time, so this only matters the first time we introduce them. Versus Tsuneyoshi Sawada from Hitman Reborn versus Yo Asakura from Shaman King versus I want to say Yuji. I could genuinely tell you Yuji's last name if I wasn't drunk.
I also can't remember it.
If I wasn't drunk, I would know Yuji's last name. I'm not even fucking with you. I would know it offhandedly. Yuji Itadori. I fucking knew that. They call him Itadori more than they call him Yuji. God damn it. Versus Yusuke from Jujutsu Kaisen versus Yusuke Urameshi from fucking Yu Yu Hakusho. Holy shit, I almost forgot Yu Yu Hakusho. I remember, I was like, I can do this, Yusuke Urameshi, and then I forgot Yu Yu Hakusho.
Urameshi. So we got quite the lineup here. It's mostly JoJo characters.
It's actually all Shonen Jump protagonists.
Yeah. Yeah, so we don't have people like Sailor Moon or Inuyasha, which is nice.
No. We're also missing like Natsu from, like, if we're talking like popular shonen series, we're also missing like Denji from Chainsaw Man. We're missing a few Shonen Jump protagonists I just didn't include because I thought 30 was a clean number. I almost had 40, but I'm like, I don't know half of these people, and I seriously doubt if I don't know them, I doubt John knows them. So I just like cut about 10 people.
I know 50% of this list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Asta, obviously Goku, Gon.
Gohan's not here.
Huh?
Gohan's not here.
Gon.
Oh, Gon. Oh, Gon Free. Okay, sorry.
The guy from Bleach, which I can't remember his name. Obviously, Deku.
Ichigo.
Three of the Joestars. Fucking Fist of the North Star guy. I know a little bit about Madaka. Obviously, Light, Luffy, Naruto, fucking Demon Slayer guy, and the last two.
Yeah. So normally we would go through all of the powers. We're not. We're just not.
That's just not.
This would be the entire podcast. It's just naming their powers.
So I already know the winner.
So we're going to talk a bit about qualifications. So in the power scaling community, which I make fun of all the time, there's a concept called bloodlusting, which is the idea that the character uses every single ability that they have to use. They just use it and they go for the kill. And we have never used bloodlusted as a stat for any single Fight Club. And we won't do that this time either. The characters are going to behave, rule number one, as they are commonly presented. We are including personality in this fight. And I think the characters that personality are going to most affect are Son Goku and Madaka Kurokami, because they fight like complete dipshits. Like, of all of them, those two motherfuckers fight like complete dumb assholes.
There is one surprise sleeper on here.
Okay, we'll wait for it.
Yeah. But there's I have a top 4 right now.
Oh, okay. Do you so one other thing we're gonna do is that we talk about is like speed equalization and shit like that. We're not doing that. We're just letting it happen. We're just letting it all roll out. Like whatever a character seems like they would do as far as their personality goes, we're going to let happen. The only thing is we're going to tweak them so they're willing to use lethal force, because the problem with a bunch of shonen protagonists is if you're like, you have to kill someone, they're just going to sit there. Honestly.
I think the only actually 4 or 5 of them
characters that will just straight fucking kill you are Giorno Giovanna, Ichigo Kurosaki, Kenshiro, Light Yagami.
Yeah.
We're out, I think.
Yeah, no, Yusuke kills.
Yusuke, I don't. Maybe. Yeah, maybe Yusuke or Rameshi.
Yeah, and the guy before him from Jujutsu.
Oh yeah, I could see Itadori being willing to go for it. Yeah. But like the problem with a bunch of shonen antagonists is you get them in there, they're just not gonna do it. They just won't. They'll just sit there until the fucking time runs out.
Jotaro probably too, actually.
I don't think Jotaro's ever killed anyone.
Really?
Other than Dio.
Exactly. It was
like even like a lot of the stand users, he just knocks their fucking teeth out.
That's true, I guess. Yeah.
If you really push them to their absolute extremes, I think you could probably push a few more of them. I think Asta could probably do it. Gintoki could definitely do it. Goku could do it. Gon would do it.
Goku's like killed people.
If you're like, no, you have to. Absolutely, like you're like being like, hey, if you don't do this, we're gonna kill your loved ones. You could push more of them over the edge for sure. Jolene, Joseph, you could probably do it for Josuke. I don't know about if you took like past fucking Kenshin Himura, you could probably push him to do it because he has killed in the past. He just vowed to never do it again. I don't know if I doubt Luffy would be opposed to it. If you slightly tweak Nagisa will kill. Nagisa has the potential to kill. He just never crossed the line intentionally. Naruto has killed, actually, so you could do it with Naruto.
He would also just talk him to death too.
He would
just bust out his talk no jutsu.
But he has canonically killed people. Nira, I'm sure Pegasus Seiya probably would. I just don't know a lot about I don't know a lot about Saint Seiya, to be honest. Tanjiro has probably killed people. I think you could probably push Oga.
Tanjiro, yeah. He's never killed. He's killed demons, so I don't know if that counts.
I think if he had to, like, it's like we're gonna fucking kill Nezuko. I think like tears in his eyes, he could probably push himself over the edge.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, you might be able to squeak one out of Suna. You could probably squeak one out of Yoa Sakura.
Yeah,
but like,
we're putting personality into it. I think there's a couple that wouldn't actually be able to kill.
I think there are probably people on this list that if like you put personality into it, there are people that like, even if it's like, do this or we kill everyone you care about, I think they might even then not be able to cross the line. I can't see Deku doing it.
No.
Like, even if it's like, we will kill literally everyone, I'm like, I don't think Deku has it in him to go over that line. I don't know if Josuke Higashikata has it in him. I don't know if Josuke Higashikata could actually kill someone. For example, the JoJo of Part 4, I don't think it's in him.
Yeah. I don't think Gon has it in him either.
Oh, he kills Pito.
Does he?
Yeah, he'd kill you. Gon is one of the ones I think would be the easiest to push over the line, actually. I don't think, like, default combat, Gon will go over the line. Gon will... But, like, if you put him in a bad situation where, like, hey, we'll kill, like, your mom and Killua, I think Gon will murder your ass. I think he'll fucking... Because, like, he was, like... he only had, like, a sort of relationship with, what's-his-face, and he went on a murder rampage. He almost killed a dude just for fucking daring to challenge him to a fight. Gon, you might not even need to push Gon. Gon might just kill you.
Apparently, I haven't watched enough of that.
You haven't watched enough of Hunter x Hunter. Gon will kill you.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Gon. You might not even need to push Gon. Actually, you might just be like, "This is a death match," and Gon is like, "Oh fucking K then." I've been waiting for this, motherfuckers.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
I think there's a few characters we're going to have to acknowledge before we even begin the concept of this. The characters we're going to have to acknowledge are Pegasus Seiya, this is for me, and Toriko. I have not read either of these manga or watched either of these anime. I actually don't know a lot about these characters. From what I do know, very little I know about Toriko. I think he's pretty strong. I don't know how far I'd put him. I think he's probably around like Oga's level, assuming Oga is empowered by demons in this one. I think he's like multi-city level, possibly mountain level. I think Toriko's pretty strong. I don't know jack shit about Toriko, to be honest. Haven't watched the anime, haven't read the manga, and I know Toriko gets very little love because from what I understand, Toriko actually, like the author got into a huge controversy, and Shonen Jump has tried to disown the series pretty hard. And as for like Pegasus Seiya, I don't know a lot about him. I think he is around, if not stronger than Goku, but straight up, I don't know. Full disclosure, unless John knows something about Toriko and Pegasus Seiya, we're gonna lowball both of them just because neither of us know enough about the characters.
I haven't had any exposure to Toriko, but Pegasus, the only thing I know about him is from Jump Force, and he was one of the worst characters I played as.
Yeah, I think he's at, if not stronger than Goku. Like, realistically, I think that's around where he's at. But if I mean like totally honest... Goku? Huh? Super Goku.
Base level?
I think he could probably give a Season 3 Sailor Moon enemy a run. Like, that's where I think he's Season 3 Sailor Moon level. That's genuinely where I think he's at. I think he is a complete like stat-wise, I think he's probably the strongest on this list. But like full disclosure, I don't think either of us know enough about these characters to say definitively. So I'm gonna probably say, like, if we just don't know, we're gonna lowball them. All right, are you okay with that?
I mean that makes sense. Like, cause like I can't speak to a lot of these people because like I've only seen maybe 50% of them actually fight.
I've actually read or watched most of these manga and anime, to be honest with you. But a lot of them was like years and years ago. So expect a lot of lowballing. The big thing about this is why Rule 3 of this fight was listed as we're just going to have fun with it. We're not going to pay too much attention to the research. Is because, to be honest, I'm very rusty on most of these characters. Like, some of them I have, like, a definitive ranking of, like, I know this character can do that. I just know it. Like, the big ones is, like, the JoJos and Goku and Medaka and probably Naruto. Off the top of my head, I know what they can do. I just know what they can do. But, like, I'm very rusty on the rest of them. Oh, and Light Yagami. I know what Light Yagami can do.
Yeah. He was my sleeper. Because you don't expect much, but he has a book that can literally just kill you.
In a straight fist fight, he is the worst person on this list.
Yeah. But if he's just in the back.
Mm-hmm. Another thing we have to talk about is, like, powers. Because the idea in Fight Club is you always come in by yourself. And a few of these characters get their powers because their bodies are just inhabited by, like, demons or monsters or gods or some bullshit. Like, Asta's possessed by a demon. Yes. Let's see. I think the main character of Basu Renken is, like, possessed by, like, I want to say, like, some kind of alchemical bullshit. Naruto has Kurama. And Oga is useless without Beelzebub. And I think Suna might even be useless without a Reborn, and Yo is useless without a Midamaru. And Itadori isn't very strong. Like, he can do some shit because his stats are bonkers for a human, but he really can't do a lot. Like, I don't even think he has Cursed Energy without Sukuna. So there's a bit of an issue. So you can argue with me if you want, and it'll probably, like, influence things. But I was going to say, like, since the rule is you come in alone, if the character is inside your body, I'm willing to allow it to enter into the arena with you because it's inside of you. So
it's not like having a teammate. It's having someone... Yeah, mm-hmm. I can see where you're coming from, but yeah, it's part of their character, I guess you would call it. You know, exactly. It's not an addition. Yeah,
yeah.
It's not like having fucking Goku show up with all the Z fighters and being like, "Okay, guys, let's go."
This is part of me.
Yeah, Yamcha would just be dead in 5 minutes, so it doesn't matter.
Yamcha would do way better than you think. Because remember, Yamcha's slightly over a Cyberman.
We're not having. Yeah, we're not having that.
DBZ levels are pretty high, actually, is the thing. Like, Yamcha wouldn't do terrible.
All right,
he wouldn't win. But yeah,
okay, so let's start picking off people.
Well, hold on, because back to the like possession thing, like like that affects like Asta and Naruto and Itadori, who are all possessed. But like, what are we gonna say about characters like Oga and Yoa Sakura, whose abilities come from like merging their abilities with someone outside of them, because that's bringing outside help. Like that's bringing a whole ass character with you.
That's where
we draw the line, and I would agree with that, which is why I am gonna say with their full powers, Yoa Sakura and Oga Tatsumi would probably be menaces, but without bringing in Beelzebub or Amidamaru, sucks to suck, guys, because you don't even get your powers in this fight.
Yeah, if you need outside, like that'd be like saying, okay, yeah, we can bring Goku in, but he also has to fuse with Vegeta. So like, yeah, that can't count. Yeah,
Gogeta might win this fight.
Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, 100%.
Yeah, that's like that's a poll that would be in this one. Okay, so are we ready to actually get into it? Just have a little fun. Now, if you start, I'm going to say a thing that I think what would happen realistically in this one, and if you have any input, absolutely throw it in, because that's the point. This is just like a fun little game, really. Really, this one's more like a game than any of the others. There's no research for this. But I think realistically, the bell sounds, and we get just, like, it starts with dialogue. Is what I think happens. I think Goku's like, well, hi, everyone. I'm Son Goku. I'm a Saiyan from Earth. This is going to be a fun fight. And then, of course, you get the loudmouths of the group screaming, I'm Asta, and I'm going to be the Wizard King. Monkey D. Luffy, I'm going to be King of the Pirates. My name's Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm going to be Hokage. And then you'd have the people who hear that and are like, well, this is kind of silly, but I'm too polite to not introduce myself. So you'd be like, well, I'm Izuku Midoriya. You can call me Deku, and I'm Tanjiro, whatever the fuck my name is. My last name is. I'm a demon slayer. And they would all say their bullshit, right? And then the next thing that would happen, logically, is that Ichigo Kurosaki would say Getsuga Tensho. Because Ichigo Kurosaki doesn't play around. He doesn't fuck around. The bell rang, the fight sounds, and Ichigo would open this up by weeding out anyone who can't fucking hack it. There wouldn't be an introduction. He would just open. And straight up, now I'm gonna full disclosure. I dropped Bleach during 1,000-Year Blood War because it was so fucking stupid. I just couldn't take it anymore. But from the Aizen fight, we know that a single swing of Ichigo's sword can demolish an entire mountain. So realistically, if he drops a full-sized Getsuga Tensho, minimum mountain range just detonates. That would straight up kill half, if not over half, the characters in this list instantaneously.
Yes,
he would just evaporate them, and even the like top tier characters, except for like Goku and probably Saint Seiya, would be struggling to hang on from the sheer damage a Getsuga Tensho just dropping directly into the middle of the fight would fucking do. Like Naruto would survive it, and he'd be bad. It would hurt. So would like Luffy. They'd be like fucking injured as shit the second Ichigo's like, all right, well, this started.
Yeah, and like most of the middle row would be basically dead.
Just fucking detonated. Yeah, no, it would be an absolute goddamn nightmare. A few characters we're going to talk about real quick is Nagisa from Assassination Classroom. Given the proper motivation, resources, and time, Nagisa could probably kill everyone on this list except for one person. And the problem is, if you drop everyone into a fighting arena, he is not given the proper time, motivation, or resources. Which means that Nagisa is a above-average middle schooler. which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth row from the bottom, and then number 2 next to Luffy, the blue-haired kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he managed to defeat Karma in a fight, so he's like moderately superhuman, but that's nothing. He is the weakest person in this entire list. He would
Light would be 100%.
Yeah, like as an assassin, if he had time to like assassinate everyone, he could probably kill basically everyone, but in a fight, my dude, dead. Nope. He's a middle schooler.
Unless the gun has some like crazy bullets in it, it's not hurting most of these people.
His signature weapon is a knife, and we do the characters as they're properly presented. Most of his ammo isn't real. I wouldn't even give him a real gun. He's Japanese. He would have a fucking knife, which means he could, of all of these people, he could kill Light Yagami.
Naruto can get hurt by knives.
No, he can't. He would regenerate.
That's Tanjiro.
Tanjiro would never be hit by a knife from a middle schooler. He's too strong.
Yeah,
same thing with Oga, same thing with Yoa Sakura, same thing with Itadori. You could theoretically hit them. Like, there's a lot of characters that would be damaged. Like, Kenshin would be damaged by a knife. But
yeah,
if a middle schooler comes up with you with a knife, he's pretty good with assassination techniques, but realistically, if we're like, no, this is kill mode, on sight. Like, I don't... Nagisa is like the first one where I'm like, we can just dismiss him. He's not... He's a non-factor. He doesn't have it. He can't kill anyone. He is, like, his combat skills are good, but the other people on this list they're monsters. They're monsters.
All right, give him the Twitter X. He's out.
Yeah, sorry, Nagisa. But anyway, yeah, Getsuga Tensho would wipe half the people out instantaneously, and which is why we're gonna have to talk about someone. We're gonna have to talk about last column, third from the bottom, next to Light Yagami, Tanjiro, and Josuke Higashikata. Madaka Kurokami from my second favorite manga, Madaka Box. Full disclosure, it's my second favorite manga. Madaka is a nightmare. And if everyone remembers, I once said in a 1v1 in a real fight, she would beat Goku. Madaka has an ability.
She has my win.
Madaka has an ability where this is an ability of hers. She always acts first in combat. That is a power she has. So it doesn't matter what anyone else does. She goes first. And this is why...
The agility status skyrocketed.
This is why it is so important... My brother is complaining about Madaka. This is why it's so important to bring personality into this. Because Bloodlusted, everyone dies instantly. All fiction just erases them from existence. Really, I think Madaka is actually pretty strong in Jump Force Victory versus Plus. She can only enter War God mode in that game, though. They don't let her have her full power. Realistically, she could just erase everyone from existence. Madaka, since the fight started, has started reading everyone's mind, because she can do that. She knows that Ichigo is going to unleash this Getsuga Tensho. She acts first in combat. She has an ability called Autopilot, which allows her to instantaneously evade any attack thrown at her. It's basically like a Ultra Instinct. And this is why personality is so important for Madaka. Because Madaka's personality does not allow her to dodge the first attack in any combat round. Which means she will, even though she has 100 moves to instantaneously prevent Ichigo from dropping in Getsuga Tensho, she would never do it. She would intentionally eat this attack directly to the fucking face, like a dipshit. Oh, yeah, another thing we have to talk about as far as, like, rule establishment. Some of these characters can just come back to life. Like, Goku, if he dies, because he keeps his body, because he's been, like, so good and has helped so many people, he can just teleport out of death. Ichigo, if he dies, gets sent to the Soul Society, where he then has the spiritual pressure to instantly become a fucking Soul Reaper, and he already has Bankai. He's just captain level instantly once he dies. If Madaka dies, she can use all fiction to make it so she never died. And from what I understand, Pegasus Seiya from Saint Seiya can just resurrect himself no matter what. Like, he can just do that. That's just a thing he can do if he ever wants to. And if Yusuke dies, he just becomes a ghost, which, oh no! Now he's exactly the same. So for the characters that can resurrect themselves, we're going to bring back the old Goku versus Sailor Moon rule. If you die once, you're out. It doesn't matter that you can come back. If you die once, you're out. I think you can agree with that, John.
Yeah, that 100% makes sense.
It's like, I don't care that you can come back. You're not allowed to. You're out of the fight. So yeah, Medaka has 100 ways to prevent Ichigo from just straight dropping her. And honestly, I don't have a reason to believe her durability is hard enough to survive a Getsuga Tensho. So I genuinely, realistically, he would kill her before she'd even get her fucking engine started.
Well, that I didn't see that coming, so that makes sense.
Luffy has observation haki and can see seconds into the future. The second the fight starts, he sees the Getsuga Tensho, armament haki's up, and just tanks directly through a Getsuga Tensho. Minimal effort. Dodges, tanks through it, while yelling that he's going to be the king of the pirates. The thing is, this is what would happen. Half the characters would die or be incredibly injured, minus Seiya and Goku, who would be fine. They'd be fine.
Goku would probably honestly see it in just instant transmission.
It would be fine. They would be fine.
Realistically, he's probably also faster than that thing moves too.
Probably, yeah. Well, no, because he'd be in the base form. He hasn't had time to power up. So he'd eat it, but like, he'd eat it.
Yeah, true, yeah.
But the thing is, in the Broly movie, we've seen it get punched through a mountain range. So, like, yeah, Getsuga Tensho would do as much damage as a punch from Broly. Oh, no! Oh, no! Whatever will Goku do?
Alright, so 2 dead so far.
Oh, no, it'd be like everyone if that goes on.
Okay.
It would be a lot of people. So many would die from that. Like, over half the list. It would be all but the very strongest. And even, like, Naruto and Luffy would be pretty fucking injured.
Yeah.
The thing is that Ichigo would never get that Getsuga Tensho off. Because there's just one character we're going to have to talk about that would prevent him from ever even dropping it. And his name is Giorno Giovanna. Or as he's been called by his friends, Jojo.
Which one?
That would be the one between Gintoki, Jonathan, and Goku.
There's a lot of JoJo's going on tonight.
So, all right, here's the thing.
Free for all almost.
JoJo Part 5's Giorno Giovanna is the son of Dio. And he has an ability called a Gold Experience. Now, Gold Experience has so many abilities that I'm not even going to list them all because, frankly, I think they're bullshit. And basically every chapter, he just gets a new fucking ability. What's more is that if we're talking about general JoJo stats versus everyone else here, he loses out to a lot of the heavy hitters, realistically. That is with one exception, because at the end, he stabs his stand with the Requiem stand arrow and acquires a stand called Gold Experience Requiem. And Gold Experience Requiem has the ability to reset any event to 0, allowing him to erase events from ever happening. So this includes the activation of people's abilities and even entire deaths. Which means that although Ichigo would start with a Getsuga Tensho, and it would be in his character, what he would basically see is himself launch the attack, Gold Experience Requiem manifests, and prevents it from going off. And he's just standing there fucking dumbfounded. Because it's true that Ichigo is so much faster than Giorno that Giorno wouldn't even be able to react to this attack. Giorno would be useless. And in fact, Giorno is useless, realistically. Even compared to some of the other JoJos, Giorno can't fucking do anything. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Because Gold Experience Requiem is an automatic stand, which surpasses space-time, which means it doesn't matter that Giorno can't do anything. His stand keeps him alive no matter what.
Okay, so that poses a problem.
Which means every character with a screen clear can't screen clear because it would kill Giorno, and Gold Experience Requiem would not allow Giorno to die.
Well, that definitely poses a
If
problem.
fucking Naruto drops a fucking Rasengan the size of a fucking continent, Gold Experience Requiem activates. If Yusuke drops a fucking mountain-sized spirit gun, Gold Experience activates. If fucking Suna drops a fucking fire blast the size of a fucking country, Gold Experience activates. If Goku Kamehamehas the planet, Gold Experience activates.
All right, so he can't die, basically.
And so, and so the fight begins with Ichigo getting nullified. So turn 1. And then I think we can say that the real fight begins. All right. Right off the bat, John, I think we can probably eliminate... We can probably assume what some characters would do. And I think we can probably eliminate a few characters. First off, one thing that we need to establish is that Ichigo's a ghost. So,
Yes.
which of these characters can see ghosts?
Because
he might be invisible.
Huh?
Ichigo might be invisible.
Oh no, Yusuke can see him.
So Asta, I don't think can see him. Theoretically, every JoJo can see ghosts.
Yeah,
Every
Goku would be
JoJo
able
can
to
see
him,
ghosts.
though.
Yusuke can see ghosts. I'm gonna say that Itadori can probably see ghosts, realistically. I know that the main character of Naruhion can see ghosts. Do we want to give Light Yagami the ability to see ghosts just because he can see
No.
Ryuk? No? Okay. Madaka...
Wait, I mean, well...
He can see... Actually, you know what? Specifically, he can see Shikigami. Which is exactly what Ichigo is. So yeah, he can see ghosts.
So yeah,
He can see him.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah. Madaka can't see ghosts, but the second combat started, she started reading everyone's mind. She instantly gained... Oh yeah, we should probably address Madaka's ability. The end. Once Madaka sees, witnesses, or even if someone hears about it, she instantly gains an ability. And what's more, it can't be turned off. The speed is instant, and also it is at the strongest it can possibly be. So even though combat starts second 1, anyone with the ability to see ghosts, she gains the ability to see their ghosts. So she didn't start with it, but it instantly happened at the second combat started. She gained the ability.
Would Luffy be able to with the observation hockey?
I think there's a debate with observation hockey whether Luffy can or not. I don't... We know he can see Perona's ghosts. So if we want to say he can see them, I think Luffy can. Probably. Like, Luffy might be able to see ghosts. There's a debate to be made with Luffy seeing ghosts.
I would say Naruto, no.
Naruto actually probably can. I don't think he can see them, but Naruto is a sensor type ninja. He's one of the sensor types are big deals in Naruto. Naruto might be able to sense it. And see, this is a bit of a debate. Can we argue if Goku can? Because Goku can't see it, but he might be in the same boat as Naruto, where they can both just feel them. Like, they can't see them, but they can feel where they are.
When he went to hell, though, there was ghosts, right?
No, those were dead people, and he was already dead. I think that's a different scenario.
Okay. So I'm 50-50 on Goku, then.
I'm 50-50 on Naruto as well. Similarly, I'm 50-50 on Luffy and Gon Free. Because if Gon focuses his Nen to his eyes, maybe? I don't know. Yo Asakura, his entire series is about ghosts. So Yo can see it, but it doesn't matter because he's not strong enough to fuck with the ghost bros. Yeah, Itadori can probably see ghosts. And obviously an easy pair-off is Ichigo Kurosaki versus Yusuke Urameshi, who just saw the Getsuga Tensho get rewritten and was like, hey, what the fuck was that?
I don't know. Maybe Naruto, though.
Maybe Naruto. Yeah, I'm very maybe. Seiya probably can. But so I would say Yusuke would probably confront Ichigo right off the bat. is how I see
Yeah.
this going, because the thing is like gold
He's a
experience.
literal ghost detective.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, Gold Experience Requiem is very visible when it activates. The only reason that Giorno didn't know it activated in the first time is it activated in the middle of King Crimson's ability, which time skipped, so Giorno wasn't aware of the King Crimson time skip. Realistically, I think everyone is aware of King Crimson once Getsuga Tensho activates. So I think Yusuke would be like, hey, did you just try and kill, like, everyone instantly turn 1? And so I think they would probably pair off. And then if we're looking at personalities, the second this fight starts, realistically, Goku is thrilled.
Yeah. He's a fucking
So dispute me if you want, but I think Goku sees this and is like, I'm gonna find the strongest guy here, and I'm gonna go fucking fight him.
realistically that's how it happens,
I
yeah.
think that's what happened.
Yeah, Light would find somewhere where nobody could like probably see. He'd probably get out of the way so we could try to figure out their names and start jotting down some names.
Well, so Light doesn't have the Shinigami eyes, and without Ryuk here, he can't game Shinigami eyes. So he's very limited on who he can actually kill. Realistically, it's whoever we think would probably have introduced themselves immediately.
Which would be most of the
It would be Goku, it would be Deku, Tanjiro, Luffy, Naruto, and Asta.
Yeah, the loud ones.
the loud ones are fucked in this fight.
Yeah, probably Gon too.
I don't think Gon would introduce himself, but if you want to make an argument that he would, I don't know about that. Maybe. Do you see Gon as polite enough to introduce himself like Tanjiro and Deku definitely would be?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. We could see Gon.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. No offense to Light Yagami, but with him and especially Nagisa and... keep in mind, without their power set, Oga and Yo are kind of just dudes. Honestly, I think the just impacts of these characters clashing might just liquefy them. Like, I know the Death Note's a big factor, but realistically, they might just instantly die just when two characters decide to slam their swords into each other.
That's very true, yeah. Yeah.
Like, I know it seems like a big thing, but it's like, you know what? But to be honest, though, a few of these are just kind of guys.
And need to go where to go at it. That would there would be a little bit of a board like a board wipe just from the sheer force of that.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, according to the creator of Yu Yu Hakusho, Yusuke Urameshi's spirit gun is planet level. I'm going to say this: the only thing we've never seen it go past mountain. Like in the anime, I think even in the manga, I know what the creator says. I've never seen it go past mountain.
It does, yeah. It doesn't even do that in like the
large mountain.
The last arc,
yeah, large mountain, absolutely. But like, you can be like the main complaint's like, oh, the demon world's even larger than Earth. But it's like, okay, is the mountain that he blew up the size of a planet? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So some of this I'm just kind of disputing what the creator said. Like, supposedly Jotaro's stand is supposed to be faster than light. Never seen this. We've never seen this feat. We've never seen anything close to that from Jotaro. Like, some of them I'm just like, okay, the creator can say whatever the fuck they want, but what they have written is not at that level. In fact, there's actually relatively few Shonen Jump characters that, like, from pure feats we can say are undisputably FTL. Goku being one of them, Saint Seiya, Madaka, Tsunayoshi are all FTL. And, like, undisputably, we have seen them go faster than light. We know the characters can do it. There's probably some debates for, like, Ichigo or Luffy or some shit. Naruto can teleport, which is considered FTL in his universe, but, like, his base movement speed isn't anywhere near there. There's a debate for Asta, because he can react to Licht, and I'm going to say something controversial here. I don't think Licht's attacks are light speed. We know they're made of light, but magic in the Black Clover universe doesn't behave as elements would in real life. Like, for example, like, Yami's darkness attacks are supposedly notably slow because it's the opposite of light magic. Like, light's supposed to be super fast because it's light, darkness is supposed to be slow, but, like, in real life, darkness is just the absence of light, so it's light speed minimum. right? So, and like there's like in Black Clover, there's like fire that can heal people. So like we know that Licht can form swords of light and they can attack, and we know Asta can like respond to that. But like I don't think those swords are light speed. I don't think that realistically, like I think the light that comes out of the swords are light speed. I think the ability to see them and react to them are light speed, but I don't think Asta can actually respond to light speed. I'm sure I just pissed off a bunch of Black Clover fans, but I don't think we can say that Licht's attacks are light speed, despite them being made of light.
All right, let's start checking some boxes.
Well, what do you think would happen?
Most of the normal humanish characters would just be obliterated by most of the attacks that would be going on.
I agree. Like Nagisa, without their power, like Oga would be very powerful with Beelzebub. Without it, he's a dude. Yo Asakura is a dude. Realistically, like
I think realistically, like the people that would be in contention would be like Yusuke, Jujutsu Kaisen guy that I can't remember his name.
Itadori.
Naruto would be there. Yeah. Probably Jotaro, I would say. Luffy, Dio's son there.
Giorno, yeah.
Definitely
Giorno is very hard to swing over. Just because Gold Experience... Like, Giorno's not even that strong, but swinging over Gold Experience Requiem is a problem.
Yeah. Goku and Medaka would probably be the ones I would think would be the last remaining ones. Yeah. Just because, like, they have the durability and, like, the moveset to survive a lot of this shit.
Yeah, if we're talking pure number of bullshit, Medaka has the most powers, I think.
Yes.
Maybe other than Seiya. Goku, realistically, we know his personality. He's tried to pair himself off with the strongest characters. And so I think if we go offset, Goku immediately probably goes after... because we have to keep in mind what Goku can actually sense with his limited ki sensibilities. I think he tries to pair himself off with either Pegasus Seiya, or he pairs himself off with Asta.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to say, like, offset, Goku goes off with Seiya, just for the simple fact that, like, I don't know anything about Seiya, honestly. I don't know enough about him. He probably could be. I think he probably can beat Goku, but I have to give Goku a win against Seiya in this scenario, specifically because of the lack of information I have on Seiya. But it's just like gut reaction from what very little I know about Seiya. I actually think Seiya is probably stronger, but I don't know. So I have to give Goku a win just because I need Seiya out of the fucking running.
Very true, yeah.
As far as like other characters go, I think the Ghost Boys probably partner up because they're the only ones that can see them. Light probably runs off and then just dies from fucking shockwaves because it's fucking hopeless. Now there is one character that's worth mentioning. Agiha from Siren. If Agiha opens Malche's door in the middle of this fight, half the people die instantly, including Giorno with Gold Experience Requiem, because Malche's door would eat through Gold Experience without any problems. It would just straight kill him. Gold Experience wouldn't be able to reset Malche. And then if Goku sees this and is like, I'm gonna beam struggle this motherfucker, and then Kamehamehas it, everyone dies. Which is number one, top left. Ageha, if he opens Malche's door, half of everyone dies, and if Goku is like, I'm gonna fucking blast it, everyone's gone. Because Malche will just swallow them. The thing is, this is a bit of another personality thing where we're not talking about bloodlusted. Ageha would never open with Malche. Like, it wouldn't happen.
It would be a last resort type of thing.
I don't even think it would be a last resort. I don't think you could... Because in order to open Malche's door, he has to completely relinquish control of it. He has to be like, okay, Malche, have fun... And it, like, even in the end game in his final battle, he never dropped Malche's door. So I cannot see, like, so I want to acknowledge that I think Ageha's Malche's door potentially could kill everyone. Like, realistically, I don't even think there would be escape. Maybe Goku could survive it. Maybe. If like Goku can
Goku's durable, but not durable like that.
If Goku can teleport out of Malche and let it burn itself out. And we know Goku can survive in a black hole temporarily. If Goku can teleport out and he'd be allowed to by Malche, I think Ageha might just kill everyone, and like in a 1v1, Goku versus Ageha is not a fight. It's a massacre. Goku would just fucking murk his ass. But I also don't think it's in character to open Malche's door.
All right, so let's get it down to a top 5 now.
Well, here's the thing. What I would see is Medaka would probably have noticed Gold Experience Requiem triggering. I think she would head off to Giorno. And another thing is, there's one advantage Giorno has that none of the other characters kind of have. He's a JoJo, and there are 5 other JoJos. And I think with enough dialogue, there might just be Team JoJo.
I realistically, it would be Team JoJo. Yeah.
I think there would be fucking 6 JoJos that form a team right in the offset.
Which the only one that's like kind of weak is like Jonathan.
Yes, I actually love that you pointed out. A lot of people think Jonathan is stronger at Haman than Joseph. But, like, vampires are fucking fodder to Joseph. He can one-shot them. Joseph, in his old man form, after having not practiced Haman for 20 years, almost killed Dio, who only survived because Dio got a bad feeling right at the last moment. So I actually love that you acknowledge, like, yeah, Jonathan's cool and all, but he's the weakest JoJo.
Yeah, he's the weakest, 100%. He's definitely the coolest, but he's also definitely the weakest.
He's definitely the weakest, yeah. So I see Medaka pairing herself off against the JoJo team. Because if we're talking about like sheer intelligence, if we take out like martial arts expertise, Medaka is the smartest person here. In fact, if we take out martial arts experience, Medaka is probably smarter than every other Shonen Jump protagonist combined. Because she's created new concepts of math and has read basically every bit of information in the entire planet by the age of 3. So we're going to run into an issue because technically every time anyone uses an ability, Medaka's the end activates because she'd be fully aware of the battlefield. So Malche's door activates, like she duplicated. Like there's a few abilities she probably couldn't use. Like she doesn't produce anti-magic, so I don't think she could use Asta's anti-magic. The original concept for chakra in Naruto is it's a fusion between mental and physical energies, but then it later got retconned into be alien juice. So I don't think she can use any of Naruto's abilities because she doesn't have alien juice, right? If she existed in a world with like Reitsu, like she could probably use some of like Ichigo or Yusuke or Yo's abilities, but she kind of doesn't. She'd probably be captain level realistically, but if we're just going off what we know, I don't think like she would be duplicating these abilities, but I don't think she has the Reitsu to actually properly fight like Ichigo or Yusuke or Yo or any of those like ghost characters. I don't think she can, like, I think she can duplicate it. I don't think she can use it. Right?
Yeah, if she can't produce the energy, she can't wield this stuff.
Exactly. If you have an ability that requires energy, that's not like ki or something, I don't think she can do it. Similarly, I don't think she can produce cursed energy like Itadori. She could probably, now the thing is she can probably duplicate anyone else's. She should be able to duplicate any of the psychic energies. She could duplicate stands. She could duplicate Nen. She could probably duplicate Goku's ki abilities. She would duplicate Deku's quirks, like all 7 of them. She could duplicate that. Although it's worth noting that a lot of Deku's quirks are actually useless because One for All is a stockpile ability. The ability of duplicating Deku's abilities is actually addressed in My Hero Academia. And it's like, because Deku's abilities stack on the previous users, if Medaka were to duplicate it, it wouldn't actually do anything for her. Because she doesn't have previous users, she would be ground 0 on that power. So she'd duplicate Deku, but it would be pointless for her in that regard. But she can also duplicate, like, the fighting techniques and stuff like that. So, like, the big ones are, like, if Luffy goes Gear 5, she's a fucking Looney Tunes character out of nowhere, right? She could probably duplicate the flames, because we know humans can use flames in fucking Reborn. She could duplicate anything Goku could do. She'd duplicate any of the stands. She'd duplicate fucking Ageha's Malche's abilities. Just She just fucking duplicated. Fist of the North Star power, she duplicate Hokuto Shinken. Tanjiro's breathing, she duplicate that. Luffy's hockey is duplicated. And she can't turn it off, and it's at instant speed. So the second, like, she doesn't learn the abilities and master them when she uses them. She masters them when you use them. The second you use them, or if you even say the ability out loud, Medaka gains that power. So she probably would walk up to the JoJo's, and then we'd have an issue. Because what would realistically happen is she could wipe the JoJo's out with her, like, many abilities. No issues, right? But the problem is, Gold Experience Requiem would not allow that to happen. So, like, we could see her, like, come up, go for a kill blow, Gold Experience Requiem resets, and then what I would see in my brain is, like, Jotaro would time stop on her. And would go up for, like, fucking Star Platinum the World, go for a punch, and she would just respond to it. And Star Platinum the World would appear behind her. Because she would duplicate it, and then it wouldn't be able to damage her because she would also have developed Gold Experience Requiem. Now, we know her ability, the end, brings her to the limits of power, so you could make an argument that, like, oh, maybe it wouldn't be Gold Experience Requiem, maybe it would be, like, Gold Experience Requiem bites the dust over heaven, go beyond, or some shit. But, like, as far as we know, Requiem stands are, like, top tier. So, yeah, she would probably just gain their fucking stance. Like, she's fucking Cars from George Joestar. But the other issue is, like, because she would have Gold Experience Requiem, and Giorno would have Gold Experience Requiem, she can't hurt them, but they can't hurt her. And she also has All Fiction. And you might be like, okay, well, All Fiction, she could, like, delete the JoJo's from existence. But that wouldn't work because Gold Experience Requiem would automatically trigger and return and prevent prevent the event from the deletion. And you're like, well, what if she deletes Giorno's Gold Experience Requiem? And this is where we come into an issue with Manaka's All Fiction, which is All Fiction has basically two drawbacks. One, anything deleted by it can't be returned to existence. And it can delete concepts, it can delete the universe, it can delete, like, physical abilities, it can delete like physical attributes, it can delete people. What it cannot delete is powers, which means she can't delete Gold Experience Requiem. Which means it acts as an infinite barrier she cannot swing over.
Okay.
So, and if she receives any damage, she deletes it with All Fiction or Gold Experience Requiem. And if fucking Giorno or any of the JoJo's get hit by her, Gold Experience Requiem resets it. So they just stalemate each other. They just fucking hold each other off. And so I'm going to ask you for a little bit of a concession on here. Because there are two characters with a slight chance of taking down Gold Experience Requiem. And we don't know for sure that they can, but if we can't, we're going to end up in a stalemate no matter what. So, if you look at top left and next to the top left, you will have Ageha from Siren, and you will have Asta from Black Clover. Now, stands in JoJo are psychic manifestations of your soul. Ageha's Malche's door eats through psychic energy, which means which is why I said Giorno's Gold Experience Requiem wouldn't stop a fully opened Malche's door, because it would eat it. It wouldn't do anything, it would just eat it. Whereas Asta has anti-magic, and so I don't know if Asta ever fights Vanessa in Black Clover. I can't actually recall this. If he can probably swing over Gold Experience Requiem, because Vanessa's thread magic lets her manipulate destiny and shit, and so if he can swing over that, he could swing over Gold Experience. But if we don't say that these two show up and end the Medaka JoJo stalemate, this fight goes fucking nowhere, because these two just deadlock each other. Like, no one can kill each other in this fight. So if you're okay with this, John, I would say Ageha and Asta show up to act as a fucking decisive victory and just end the JoJo's problem.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a concession, but we're just having fun here, right?
Yeah.
Realistically, we're going to say Goku beats Pegasus Seiya because he has to. Ichigo would kill fucking Yusuke. Sorry, Yusuke, but it's true, he would. And then we can simplify, where every character eventually pairs itself off. What were the characters that you think would survive this onslaught? Like, you mentioned top 5 before. Who do you think would still be in the top 5?
Ichigo, Goku, Madaka. I'd say probably Luffy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And probably Naruto. They got both of all of them have pretty high durability.
The main next to Naruto on his right is the main character of Naruto. I actually don't remember how that series ends, but I remember the main villain of that series was able to rip Jupiter out of its fucking orbit and chuck it at the planet, which would put him well beyond Ichigo, Luffy, and Naruto. But to be honest, I don't remember if they actually beat him or if he gets his grandma to beat the guy. I think they might just like talk him down or seal him or something. So I'm not sure. So I think he is probably a contender also. If we like talk about finales, but the big thing is like, yeah, you had some kind of weird audio issue. So I'm willing to simplify until we're down to, unless you want to chime in here, Goku versus Madaka.
Well, we already know how that ends.
Now, here's the thing. Every time anyone uses any ability or technique, Madaka's the end instantly grants it. Which means she would have like all the stands, all the powers, all of the anything. I think sheer stat-wise, Goku has the advantage over her. Whereas I think Madaka has the sheer powers, like the sheer number of abilities that Goku can't compete with. So the question I think we have is, I think this all rests on Goku. Would Goku, realistically, with his personality, would Goku just try and blitz her with his superior speed and just try and take her out before she develops any more abilities in this fight? Or would he try and do what he did against like Trunks or Kale and Caulifla, where he tries to strengthen her and then she exponentially evolves over him?
You know exactly that's how it would happen.
I do know how that's would happen, and to be entirely honest with you,
strong you can get.
It's like, you did pretty good so far, but hold up. Did you know there's levels beyond what I'm fighting at? And she's like, I did not continue.
I think realistically that's what would happen. Then she would just become basically like God tier.
So here's the thing. The dark secret is, once the fight started, it was kind of already over once Gold Experience Requiem protected her the first round, because it didn't matter. Because once she copied Gold Experience Requiem, Goku can't swing over. So even if he did blitz her, her own Gold Experience Requiem would protect her. And so what would happen was, Madaka would enter Final God mode, and then she would use Armament Haki that she gained from Luffy, Conqueror's Haki she gained from Luffy. She would wrap that shit in Haman, which we know the peak of Haman from Cars is sun level. And she would fucking look at him, and she'd be like, Kaioken times 13 trillion. And then she'd just zip past him, and Goku would be like, what? What the fuck just happened? You were on that side in front of me, and now you're behind me. And Madaka would be like, I'm sorry, Goku, you're already dead. As the Hokuto no Shinken would blow his fucking brain up.
Yeah, and that's why I knew exactly from the beginning she would be the victor.
Yeah. Madaka's a whole ass problem.
Yeah.
That was fun, though. I had fun.
No. And that was Fight Club number 8.
That was Fight Club number 8. Did you have fun, John?
That was good. Yeah, it was good. It was good because even though I knew who was gonna win, it was just fun to see you try to dance around it. But in the end, I was like, it's Madaka.
It's gotta be Madaka. The end is fucking complete nonsense.
Yeah, it is just there's OP characters, and then there's Medaka.
And then there's Medaka. Would you be surprised to say, because I don't talk about Medaka Box very often, that Medaka and Goku have something in common other than being Shonen Jump protagonists?
Are they terrible dads?
No.
Oh, then what?
Neither character is the strongest in their own setting.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, believe it or not, as fucking bonkers as I just said Medaka is, she's not even the strongest character in Medaka Box. There are 3 characters. So there's, for the abnormalities, there's the abnormals like Medaka. There's the minuses. There's whatever Zenkichi turned himself into when he deleted his luck. And then there's 3 characters called the not equals. And every single member of the not equals is stronger than Medaka. By a lot. Like, not even fucking close. And so, yeah, so, like, believe it or not, Medaka is not the strongest character in Medaka Box. As fucking batshit as the end actually is. Like, the not equal you see the most is, like, a Shounen, who has over 13 trillion abilities. Like, Medaka's duplicated, I think, like, 200 or something of her powers, which is, you might notice, a lot less than 13 trillion.
Yeah.
And so Medaka also has a lot in common with another character on this list, which is Yo Asakura, which is bottom row, 3rd from the left, next to Itadori, Tsunayoshi, and under the Naruhyun character, right? Mm-hmm. Which is neither main character actually defeated the final villain of their own series. Believe it or not, as crazy as Medaka is, she loses the final fight. And her final villain would kill everyone here. Would just kill everyone here. No effort. 0 problem. He is immune to everything. He negates everything. His attacks can't be stopped. They can't be defended against, resisted, and you can't be immune to them. And any damage he deals is permanent and cannot be healed from any method, including erasing it or the events that preceded it from existence.
Fun.
Yeah, no, he's a nightmare. Anyway, yeah, Fight Club. Good times.
All right, moving on.
That brings us to our next topic.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hello and everyone, welcome to Surprise Motherfucker, the segment of the podcast so-called because it comes the fuck out of nowhere. I am, of course, your host, Sacrabalic, the Exploding Supernova, and I am here with my guest, ConquertheJohn. John, are you ready to play?
Yeah, I'm ready to play.
All right. Until I am measured, I am not known, yet how you miss me when I have flown. What is the answer, John?
What?
Until I am measured, I am not known, yet how you miss me when I have flown. What is the answer?
Is it a bird?
It is not a bird, John. I am so sorry. You get that one wrong. The correct answer was time. The answer was time, unfortunately.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
All right. That brings us to the second question. I never was, yet always will be. I am never seen, yet I always come. I can carry nothing, yet hold much for some. What is the answer, John?
Life.
Ooh, I am sorry. That is wrong. That is the second one you've gotten wrong. The answer we were looking for is tomorrow. The answer was tomorrow.
I was on the right track that time.
All right, are you ready for the final question? Maybe you can get this one right and get at least 1 point on the board. Who makes it has no need of it. Who buys it has no use for it. Who uses it has no knowledge of it. What is it, John? What is the answer to the question?
Reality.
Oh, and that's 3 for 3. I'm so sorry. The answer was a grave, John. The answer was a grave. Just like this podcast. Oh, and that was Surprise Motherfucker. Hopefully everyone had a good time. Until then, I have been Sacrabalic, the exploding supernova, and this has been my guest, ConquertheJohn. Better luck next time, John.
I did my best.
My greatest regret about this podcast is that this segment came out too late.
It did, yeah. It's a good. It's a good one. Yeah.
All right, what the fuck is the next topic?
The Flash.
Oh yes, starring Ezra Miller.
Yes. There's not much to say about this movie, honestly.
Why the fuck did Ezra Miller put that baby in that microwave?
Why did he put that baby in the microwave? That is the best thing to come from this movie, is that meme, honestly, of him just putting the baby into the microwave. The reverse engineering of that scene is so good. It's a 10 out of 10. The Flash is a pretty what the kids say mid movie. It is all right. There's the highlight is Michael Keaton as Batman, and that's about it. Other than that, they went in a different direction than normal Flashpoint, and it was not good. Like, they just basically rehashed Man of Steel, and it made no sense to do that. And the more I think about it, like, I liked it when I got out of the theater, but then I thought about it more, and I'm like, this movie really wasn't that good. I will say, Ezra playing two characters, and it did work though.
Okay.
Because they both kind of Flashes kind of like played off each other, like, because like he was like more serious, and then like his younger self was kind of like obviously like goofing around, didn't really know. And spoilers, his younger self he ends up becoming the villain of the movie, which very apparent. It was very obvious. But yeah, the chick who played Supergirl was also pretty good too. It was, but they just fumbled very much all the way down the field on this one. Like I can tell like there was obviously reshoots and stuff like that, and they changed a lot of it. But if they honestly would have just stuck to the original Flashpoint and just made that in a movie, it would have been 30 times better.
They couldn't. They didn't have enough characters or actors or story development to pull off a Flashpoint paradox.
Which kind of sucks, because the movie we ended up with was not great.
No.
Don't watch it.
That's a big problem with like the DCE, the DC EU, I think is what it is, right?
What it was
is that they just didn't put the time into developing it like they did with Marvel. Like, even if they were able to accept less than Marvel numbers at the beginning to establish it, like, the thing is, DC Comics kicked Marvel's ass for so long. In fact, I think it might even still be kicking Marvel's ass. Like, you're going to dispute this, and I'm going to say this very boldly and very proudly. DC Comics is just better than Marvel Comics. There we go. I put that out there. They do better, they're more popular, and the characters are more famous. The fact that they fuck up the movies is purely on Warner Brothers' shoulders. It should be unfailable.
But it is somehow.
Yeah. Because they're immediately like, well, what if we see what Marvel's doing? What if we just take their most successive projects and we just do that immediately? And it's like, did you not see the like fucking 8 years they built up to for Endgame? You can't just jump to Endgame. Are you mad? Like, fucking, if Endgame was the first movie in the Marvel the third movie in the Marvel timeline, like, could you imagine if it was Iron Man, then Civil War, then Endgame? Because that's what DC tried to do.
Basically, yeah.
It's like, why isn't this working? What do you mean, why isn't this working? Why would it?
Yeah, and like a lot of characters were miscast and stuff like that. Like, Ezra Miller was good in this movie, but he was terrible in Justice League. He was better in Snyder Cut though. But in like Joss Whedon's Justice League, he wasn't great.
Yeah,
but he was better the second time around. This movie, he was better too. I also do love the Flash suit in this movie too, because it does look good and everything, and it comes out of the ring and everything, which would look cool. Also, the CGI in this movie is fucking abhorrent. So I also want to throw that out. But yeah, this is definitely a not watch. Definitely skip this one. It's
No,
not
I
worth it.
well also, and the benefit is you don't have to support Ezra Miller, who's terrible. Um,
True, yeah.
but
I
yeah,
I, only, I want to see a genuine curiosity because I just see every superhero movie in theaters regardless.
that's fair.
And I this is
Bad.
probably the worst one I've seen since Green Lantern.
Oof.
Yeah.
Ugh. Over Suicide Squad?
I can't say Suicide Squad
Batman
because I didn't see.
versus Superman or Justice League?
It's it's worse than all of them. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's just it's just not good.
It's just not good. Wow, that
Yeah.
is insane. Because
Um,
I listed some real stinkers.
one of the only highlights of
Thor:
this movie
Dark
is,
World.
yeah, it's worse than that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I can watch Thor: The Dark World and enjoy it slightly. I didn't enjoy this. The only enjoyable thing out of this movie that other than Michael Keaton, was seeing Nicolas Cage as the Superman in one
Yes,
reality,
that's fun.
be just off that one pitch from fucking Kevin Smith from like fucking forever ago.
Yes.
That's the only thing that was like, okay, this is cool.
Well, Nicolas Cage, I think, is an actual Superman fan. I don't think that's a. I don't know. I think that's an interesting.
So in the 90s, Tim Burton was going to do a movie called Superman Lives.
No,
Nicolas Cage,
I know the story
yeah,
behind it. But I'm saying I
yeah.
think like Nicolas Cage is an actual Superman fan. I think it's not terrible casting. Who is it?
But
James
it
Gunn is redoing
wasn't.
the universe, and he doesn't want Henry
Yeah.
Cavill, and I think that's a terrible. The worst thing I feel about it is like Henry Cavill makes such a good Superman. I would love to see him as Superman. I think James Gunn is really missing out by trying to cut him out. He needs to be Superman again, and I think a lot of people agree with me. Like a lot of like DC fans and probably even general audiences are like, "What are you doing? Bring back Henry Cavill? You're out of your fucking mind."
Everyone's with you on that, but I can see why he's doing because he wants to get away from those movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like Man of Steel is a solid movie. I like that movie a lot.
yeah, it's
Batman
decent.
vs Superman, not great. And then obviously Justice League. Yeah.
Hmm.
So like that's the thing with Henry Cavill. He's a great actor, but he just like gets into these roles and like they just don't do shit with him or try to change him. Like that's why he left The Witcher. Superman. So whatever.
Well, he tried to lift The Witcher because he really he likes the like Witcher series and the novels, and he's
Yeah.
like, "This is not The Witcher. What the fuck are you doing?"
That's exactly my thing.
If anything, I think that's why he makes such a good like Superman cast. Though he's like, "What are you talking about? Why would Superman like fucking murder this guy? That's not Superman."
Yeah.
So if anything, I think he's like a fucking great. I think he'd be a great Superman actor. I think he does really well. Speaking of good casting, there's like a Blue Beetle movie I found out about coming out for DC, and they cast like the kid from Cobra Kai, and I'm like, that's excellent casting, actually.
That movie, I'm gonna go see that. Obviously, that movie it looks pretty decent.
Yeah,
It's technically James Gunn's like start of that universe, technically.
he's
So
starting
we'll
with
see.
Blue Beetle. What a weird
Interesting,
decision.
So that movie like was already made by the time they already took over, but like he likes that movie so much, he's like, we're gonna keep him in our universe. We're gonna
Okay.
start it fresh. Like Flash is the last one. We're starting with Blue Beetle, and the next movie will be the new Superman movie.
That's like
basically.
starting MCU with Nova, though. That's just a fucking choice. That's a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, if it's already done, why not, right?
Yeah,
So
no, that's fair.
we'll see how that movie turns out. I'll go see the next one. But yeah, we can move on.
Well, while we're still on the DC train, have you seen like the new adventures of the adventures of Superman?
I have not, but I've heard nothing but good things.
It's I've watched like the first 3 episodes. It's a pretty good show. They definitely tweaked Lois Lane, and I should hate it because I've talked about how much I love Lois Lane before, but honestly, it's like it's clearly like. It's clearly not intended to be comic look Lois. Like it's different enough that it's almost like it's its own character. And so I can appreciate her, and it helps that I find the character in the show Lois Lane to actually be a likable enough character. But what I really have to say is the show just gets Superman so right. It is such a great version of Superman.
And casting Jack Quaid as the voice too is a good decision too, in
He
my opinion.
fucking I don't know who he is, but he's doing a great job. He's so good
Jack
at like.
Quaid was in the boys. He's Huey in the boys.
Okay, yeah, no, he's doing a really good job. Like he brings the uncertainty. The show is really really good. Yeah, he's so good at bringing the uncertainty and like demure demeanor, but like good naturedness of Clark Kent to life. It's probably the only like show or possibly even like DC entertainment product I've seen that gets Superman right, which is that like Clark Kent is the person and Superman is the secret identity, right? Like he puts on the Superman costume so many times. Like there's that Tarantino speech I bitched about Kill Bill where it's like Superman's the real guy and Clark Kent's the disguise. It's like no, that's not true at all. And it's like one of the few properties where I'm like, no, like they do a great job. Clark Kent is the person. Like Clark Kent is a person. Superman is him puffing up his chest and trying to speak in a deeper tone so people think he's cool. And
Yeah,
the show fucking knocks it out of the park. Like
yeah, that's on Adult Swim, right?
yeah, it was. I think the first 2 episodes are on Adult Swim, and then it goes to like HBO. Yeah,
Yeah,
Max. I'm sorry, it's on Max.
which I have right now because my daughter was like, "I want to watch all of South Park with you," and I was like, "All right, let's do this."
That is a fucking bold choice you have made, but okay.
That's what she wanted to do, and that's what we did.
Well, maybe check out Superman.
Yeah, it's definitely on my radar. I just finished Invincible again last night, so I'm gonna start watching all this stuff now.
Oh yeah, there's a new season of Invincible coming out too.
Yeah, they have the new special came out too. I was gonna talk about it tonight, but it's only like a 15-minute long.
Yeah, the Adam Eve thing.
Yeah, so I'm like,
I've seen clips of it. I haven't seen it myself because
I was going to talk about Secret Invasion tonight too, but I decided to. I need to steal on that before because I just watched it yesterday. So.
They actually there was like a movie or a show or something.
Yeah, it was a Disney Plus show. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There was so much setup, I believe, like in Secret Invasion in the comics that it's. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the MCU anymore. It sounds like they're just like, I don't know. I've said before, I think Endgame should have been the end, and like even at this point, like viewership numbers are starting to agree with me, where it's like people are just not feeling Phase 4, Phase 5.
That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Let's move on.
Okay. Moving on to what the fuck is the next thing? I don't remember. Oh yeah! All right, Tarantino marathon. I watched Django Unchained.
Good movie.
You've seen this, yeah.
I've seen both the movies you're going to talk about. Yeah.
I have 3 movies.
I only see 2.
There's 3.
Is there?
Mm-hmm. So there's 3 Tarantino films left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's only 2 on the list.
Oh, well, you made the list, so you fucked up then.
No, you made the list. I added. You forgot that one.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you forgot the Django. You told me to add that. Yeah, because the original one. Where is it? What is it?
Oh, maybe I did.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you only had the other one on there.
Oh well, whoopsie.
Oops.
Oopsie. I stand corrected. Well, anyway, you can probably guess what it is anyway. Yeah, I watched Django Unchained. First off, let's talk about the N-word usage, because John said it was excessive. It was fine. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about.
It's a lot.
I think he was overly conscious about it, but it's fine. If anything, honestly, I thought they didn't use it enough.
It's a bold statement.
Well, it was fucking slavery era, John.
Yeah, I know. I get where you're coming from.
If anything, I thought it was underutilized. But yeah, I liked it. It was actually a good movie. It's Mike. It's a good movie, yeah. I might even go so far as to say this is probably second best Tarantino film under Pulp Fiction.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I actually think I like it the most, honestly.
I could totally understand that. The thing is, like, Pulp Fiction kind of stuck with me, whereas Django Unchained, I'm just like, that was just a good time, like start to finish.
It's
Uh,
yeah, it's a pretty fun movie. Yeah.
yeah, it's like they have a fun time. The characters are likable. I like DiCaprio plays like a guy who pretends to be smart but he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Who like pushes it too far. The guy who plays like
Sam
Hans
Jackson,
or in
yeah.
fucking Inglorious Bastards kills it as Django's mentor.
Hmm.
I will say the like sister of DiCaprio's sister, because I don't remember what any of these characters are called. Django just fucking shoots her. It felt uncalled for because she didn't feel like, as far as her actions throughout the course of the movie, like she was upset about Django for like killing her brother and like a bunch of people in her mansion. I like her perspective seemed justified as far as you can for like a slave owner, especially at the time. And like she just fucking eats it, and it felt unnecessary with her. I would have almost liked her to be eviler, honestly. Like, I'm not gonna say I would have liked her to survive, but I almost would have liked to have had like one or two scenes where you're like, okay, this bitch gotta go, because she almost seems to eat it as like Django almost seems to kill her as just like a sort of like incidental thing because she's tangentially related to the main plot. Like, she either didn't need to be there or she needed something going on with her. Because she feels almost like a plot device that just dies for no reason, if that makes sense. I don't think she was integrated well enough.
No, I can see that. Yeah.
Um, not to say that she's like a great person. She probably like she wasn't. We've seen like a few clues about her. I don't think he goes deep enough. But yeah, like Django, I liked the story. I liked all the characters. Fun action scenes. It's just a solid all around good time. And a bit of a American history that I don't think gets touched on enough in media. Obviously, it's like used a lot as like political talking points. If anything, I think it's pushed too far as a political talking point goes on for the amount of time that slavery existed in America. I think it's almost pushed a little too far, like as far as like politics goes. But like for American media, it's a period of time that you just don't see addressed. And I'm all for opening up all of history for exploration, and honestly, all cultures is another thing. But I won't get too far into opinions on that. I'll talk about probably that a little bit more in like dialogue tree or something. But you know, it was just a solid all around good movie.
No, I agree. It's definitely my favorite Tarantino movie. It's got a stacked cast. It's a fun movie. There's good action in it. It's funny at some points too. So
Absolutely,
it's
yeah.
an all around good movie. I gave it like a 10 out of 10 when I watched it.
Okay, that's outrageous, and I would never even consider a score that high. But I would go maybe 7, maybe an 8,
That's it.
maybe scraping an 8,
Scraping an 8. Okay.
maybe scraping an 8. Okay, I'll just come out and say it. We need more movies set in Africa based around like African mythology and folklore. All right, I think it's an underrepresented period of time. It's an entire fucking concept, like a continent. There's so many stories, and yet they feel the need to fucking insert like black characters and black actors in like instances of like white characters, and like replace like white characters with like black actors, and white like European folklore with like black actors. Instead, like it's like a new form of colonialism, essentially. It's forcing fucking like people with like African roots to adhere to strictly European standards. Like, I don't understand why we can't get movies centered around like African folklore and African cultures. Like, I'd want like fucking imagine like a Mutsa Mensa like a fucking movie, or like a fucking like Shaka Zulu thing. Like, you'd watch, like, there's so much Hollywood, like it's an entire continent with possibly the origin of the human species. There's so much they could talk about that they just fucking don't, because they're like, what if Little Mermaid was black? Why don't you make a fucking movie about like Anansi or something? All right, and like they did it recently with like the fucking Jada Pickett Smith fucking thing where they like made Cleopatra black, but like she's a Greek woman. What are you doing? Stop race swapping and start telling black stories. That's not, you're not making up for like the fucking racism of the past. You're not being diverse. You're just telling white stories and putting a coat of paint on it. If anything, it's fucking more racist.
Yeah.
Right? We're a mature society. We could handle like black stories told by black people. We don't need white stories told by like fucking black people. Give us some, like, not to say you can't have like black people telling their own like stories and their own versions of like European folklore. I'm not saying that's wrong, but like it's like it's forcing people into boxes, right? It, like I said, it's just like it's another form of colonialism. It's kind of like it in itself is it's like it's an extension of racism.
No, yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Anyway, that has nothing to do with Django. I just went off on that about how I want more like movies set in Africa with African characters. There we go. I want more movies set in Africa with African characters. What, you gonna fault me for that?
Yeah, Black Panther.
Okay. Well,
Black
the problem is that movie isn't good though.
I'm just saying.
It's like a hodgepodge of like African cultures and stuff. Like Black Panther is the equivalent if like they just like made a movie called like I don't fucking know like fucking. This is going to sound racist, and it's supposed to, because this is kind of the issue with Black Panther. They just made a movie called Yellow Dragon, and it was just ambiguously Asian, and they just slammed every Asian culture together in one single location, and was like, we got an all-Asian cast with an Asian director. It's all about Asia. And it's like, that's...
Yeah, did you not see Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings?
God, please tell me you're joking.
Yeah, kind
of. People aren't a monolith, okay? That's the point I'm making. There you go. All right, what do I got next?
Hateful Eight.
Oh, okay. This movie is disappointing.
I also agree with that statement too, because it has another stacked cast.
It's
and they
not,
do nothing.
It's not the cast that bothers me. It's the fact that there's so much build up to nothing.
Yes, that's
like they do such a great job of establishing all 8 of these characters, all of their problems, all of their like threads with each other, their issues with each other, their distrusts, their their issues and their connections to one another, and then at the end it just ends in a gunfight. And it's like, well, that didn't go anywhere, right? Like, what I wanted is like a sort of like breakdown of the social situation where like everyone's like pointing a gun at each other or something, or maybe alliances would start to form or anything. And instead, it's just like, we're gonna shoot randomly. And it's like it starts as like a thoughtful, a sort of like intrigue plot, and then just devolves into a Tarantino film.
Yeah, basically.
And I think there's a potential for the movie to be a lot better when they have the like scene where it's like, well, who poisoned the tea? I think the tea poisoning is when the movie... I think the moment the like coffee gets poisoned, I think that's the moment Hateful Eight goes downhill, like drastically, because that's the moment where it just turns into a bunch of people dying for no reason. But
I can agree with that.
When they do the flashback and they show the characters like setting it up and you find out, well, everyone's a traitor, well, that kills all of the mystery and all the tension, because now we know who the bad guy is. It's everyone, right? And it's like, oh, but there's someone under the stairs, but they catch this fucking stairs person instantly, so like, who cares? Like, it all goes downhill the second the coffee is fucking poison. Like, it's just like because at that point, once the answer becomes everyone, there's no intrigue plot anymore. There's no who did it, who's the bad guy, who's working with her, what's going to happen. It's, oh, I guess this is what's going to happen. And then everyone just gets shot and dies. I think it pulls itself off a little bit once the brother dies and all of the other members of the gang die. And it's just like Samuel L. Jackson and that one dude's like holding the woman at gunpoint. I think the movie starts to go up, and I think the ending is kind of clever where they hang her. Like, I think it's a good ending, but that like whole like hour like post poison coffee is just fucking dog shit. And I think there's a lot of wasted potential. I think this movie could have been so much better if it was like a sort of whodunit and only one person managed to walk out alive, if anyone.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. What are you eating?
Mr. Pieces.
Oh. Are they good?
They're delicious.
Good. Yeah, you've seen this movie. You have anything to add about it?
I agree with basically everything you said, but Yeah, like this is like I was saying, like it's a stacked cast that gets wasted
Yeah.
on a nothing burger, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't go anywhere. It's just like it has all this build up and just is like violence. I'm like, well, what the fuck's the
You're
point?
I still like the movie, but yeah, it could have been
I
more.
I think I would like this movie less on a rewatch because like the thing that really grabbed me at the beginning was seeing all of these connections, all of these build-ups, and all of these interactions between the character. And I think if I were to rewatch this movie, knowing that none of that goes anywhere, I'd be like, well, this is
I
just
think that's why I've
pointless and
never
boring
watched.
because this is like a 3 hour movie. So if I think going into it, if I knew it was all pointless and boring and I didn't bother to put the attention into it, I think I'd be bored out of my fucking mind if I had to watch this a second time.
That's fair. That's fair.
So yeah, Hateful Eight. It was okay for one watch, but like of all of the Tarantino movies, this is one of the ones I wouldn't want to watch twice. Like I would say best Tarantino films are probably Pulp Fiction #1, #2 Django Unchained, and then I would go #3 Kill Bill Volume 1 probably. And then if I had to go
Yeah.
#4, I think I would go Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah.
All right, ready to move on?
Yeah, to another 3 hour long movie.
Is it 3 hours? I haven't seen it. John, words cannot describe how disappointed I am in seeing this movie up here, by the way, because I can't help but notice that there's a movie up here, but you're missing one, which means you didn't do the double feature.
I'm seeing it Sunday.
Okay, good.
We were supposed to do the double feature, but the Barbie sold out. Well, it didn't sell out, but there was no good seats for me, my buddy, and I. So we ended up just saying Oppenheimer. This review is gonna be very quick.
Okay.
And by quick I mean it's gonna be like a 60-second review.
I'm gonna ruin something about this movie that I saw in a YouTube comment, and I was very disappointed to find out wasn't true. But continue.
This movie is a masterpiece.
Oh.
It's very good. Okay, but it's the best movie I've ever seen, but it's also the most boring movie I've ever seen.
Okay.
But it's really good. It's a really good movie. It's just fucking boring. If that makes sense at all. It is a.
Would you say this is sort of a Wind Rises, Ghibli Miyazaki kind of thing where you can appreciate the craftsmanship, but dear God, did you just not care?
Yes.
Yeah.
I almost fell asleep halfway through this movie. Mostly because I was drinking margaritas too. Because my buddy reminded me that the movie theater also sells alcohol. So, yeah, it's a good movie. Like it's very good. It's shot beautifully. It's a fucking phenomenal cast. Robert Downey Jr. fucking kills it in this movie. So does fucking Cillian Murphy. Like it is such a good fucking movie. It's just boring as shit.
Yeah. Just like The Wind Rises.
Yeah. That's really all I have to say about it. Like I did like it a lot. Like I gave it literally it's a 10 out of 10 movie.
You say that about everything.
Yeah, no.
Especially this episode.
It is really good. I do feel like it could have been like maybe 20 minutes less, but whatever.
Sure. Okay.
It's literally 3 hours and 2 minutes. 3 hours, 3 hours, 2 minutes. Yeah.
So, yeah. About Oppenheimer. I've actually heard it's kind of overblown and almost like how do I describe it? Self-congratulating, something like that. The movie's up its own ass, is what I've heard.
I can see that.
Like
yeah.
he says the famous quote from the Bhagavad Gita, like while having sex, or something like that, like in the bedroom. I am become
like
death,
after.
destroyer of worlds. Yeah, exactly.
So it's like after because she picks a book off the bookshelf and it happens to be like from that book.
Yeah, it just happens to be the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah.
That's fucking so goddamn contrived. Yeah, it's just like it seems like a thing that, just from what I've heard, it's like, oh well, we have to set this up, but do you?
Yeah.
Do you? Because if you've ever seen the original press conference with the actual Oppenheimer where he announces the bomb, he sets it up in the speech. He introduces the concept while talking about it. Like, anyway. It's a Nolan, of course. It's up and it's out. That's a real problem. Anyway, I haven't seen it. Maybe one day I'll do the Barbenheimer thing, because it sounds like a good time. It's a
great movie. And like I said, it's just
yeah. I'm interested in the history. Now, what I will ruin to you is I saw someone joke about this in a YouTube comment, and I had to look it up. And from what I can tell, it's not true. You can correct me if I'm wrong. You can tell me if it is true. And I'll be super happy about it, but I think it isn't. Is someone made a joke about Bryan Cranston playing actual Heisenberg in this movie, and for what I can tell, he doesn't. And I was just like, well, that's just a wasted opportunity.
No, but Gary Oldman does play Lyndon B. Johnson, and like I didn't know it was Gary Oldman at first. Until like the fucking credits rolled, and because I was like, "Who the fuck played him?" And like the credits, like is like normally, like if it's obviously not a Marvel movie, I just get up and go. But I was like, "Who the fuck was it?" And like when it scrolled down, it's like Gary Oldman for the president. I'm like, "That's fucking nuts," because you would not know it was him unless you looked it up.
Okay, but you tell me right now, Bryan Cranston shows up in this movie as Heisenberg, you'd lose your goddamn shit.
Well, yeah, that would be fun. Like Josh Peck is randomly in it too. Like, and I didn't know he was in the movie, so he just like fucking Josh Peck just shows up in the movie, and I'm just like, Megan, you know? Yeah, but good movie, great movie, actually. Yeah.
But a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, could have had. Yeah,
should have had Bryan Cranston as Werner Heisenberg.
Yeah, he was busy doing his other show that he's doing, I guess.
It's fine. But everyone go fucking crazy for that cameo. And it'd be so hilarious. It'd be like a meta joke. Like, it'd be one of those jokes where if you know, you know. But if you don't know, it'd be like, oh, that's the guy from Malcolm in the Middle.
That's the guy from Power Rangers #1. Thank you.
Was he in Power Rangers? Who was he in Power Rangers?
He voiced 2 villains in Power Rangers.
Oh, did he? All right. Well, there you go. Anyway, wasted opportunity. Oppenheimer. I hear it's also out of order because Nolan is just like allergic to chronological order.
It is, yeah. It starts at the end, goes to the beginning, goes to the middle. Yeah.
It starts with like I assume the movie end with Trinity?
No, the Trinity's like just after the halfway point.
Oh, okay, interesting. What's it actually end with?
It ends like right after the when he's trying to get his clearance or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It ends that, and then it ends with the conversation he has with Albert Einstein.
Oh, okay, interesting. Anyway, I don't know. Oppenheimer's a really interesting, like, historical figure, especially because, as you probably know, I'm sure they addressed it, they didn't quite know what the bomb would do, and there was a chance it, like, as far as they were, that it could have just ignited the entire planet's atmosphere and killed everyone.
That was, like, a big part of the movie.
Yeah.
Well, not a big part, but that was, like, something that was, like, discussed multiple times throughout, like, a good portion of the movie, like, especially the first half, yeah.
Well, because, like, what it basically is, like, they're making a sun.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting concept. It's part of the reason where I was like, oh, they're making an Oppenheimer movie. I'm like, oh, I kind of want to watch that just because Oppenheimer's an interesting figure, and the nuclear bomb testings was an interesting period of history. I've also heard it described as 3 hours of science discussion with dramatic music playing in the background.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah. Another standout, Josh Hartnett, is actually really good in this movie too.
Okay.
Everyone's good in this movie. It's like none of the actors do a bad job in this movie.
Well, that's good. You would normally want to hear that about a movie, is that all of the actors did their jobs properly.
Yeah, like even like the people that like only share the screen for maybe like a couple minutes, like Josh Peck's only in the movie for probably like I'd say a combination of 3 minutes, but like the part that he does is like really good. It's crazy, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's all I got to say about Oppie.
All right. Well, moving on from Oppenheimer, we have a movie that apparently I forgot to put on the list. It's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yay, Margot Robbie feet.
You do see Margot Robbie feet.
Mhm.
Correct. There's a lot. This might be the most foot-ridden movie in Tarantino's discography.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I haven't seen this one yet.
What I also say is that like Tarantino. So in the foot fetishist community, there's like different levels of feet and the kind of feet you like, and Tarantino is very much an ugly feet person. He loves zooming in on the ugly feet, and there are so many ugly feet in this movie. You also get to see Margot Robbie's feet, which are okay, but they're very dirty.
Well, yeah, she plays Sharon Tate, who never wears shoes.
Is that a thing? I don't know a lot about the Manson family.
Yeah, that was the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Sharon Tate survives the end of this movie.
Hmm.
Yeah, like in real life. Just so like when Hitler was gunned down in a movie theater in France. That totally happened. As a reminder, Quentin Tarantino's movies all take place in the same universe and are very, very, very much not the real world. So the movie has one major problem that I am not a fan of, and it's actually DiCaprio's part. So basically, the two main characters are DiCaprio and Brad Pitt. I get Brad Pitt mixed up with Tom Cruise a lot. I think it's Brad Pitt.
Yeah, it's Brad.
And so DiCaprio plays an actor in this movie who's trying to regain his career, and Brad Pitt plays his stunt double. And apparently, Brad Pitt's character is based on like a real dude, loosely, as loose as every other Tarantino film has ever been. Has ever been based on anything. And while it's happening, of course, the Manson family is Mansoning in the background of the series. And so the number one thing is, I think the thing about like Brad Pitt's character and the Manson family, I think all of that is pretty interesting. I think it does a good job of that. I think it does a good job of setting up Brad Pitt's character, and like his home life and stuff like that. And his relationship with DiCaprio, but I think too much focus is placed on DiCaprio. There's a lot of like intercut segments in the movie where you get to see past films that DiCaprio's character has been involved with, one of which does come back with the flamethrower, but it's very jarring. It makes the movie feel unfocused, and I think so much time is spent in DiCaprio and his side story about like acting and going to Italy and stuff like that, that like it detracts from the overall like Manson family Sharon Tate aspect. Like I think keep him in the movie, but like definitely make him a side character, because like the movie's like over 3 hours long and it just feels like it loses its thread. And we do get to see him reclaim his like acting credentials, especially after he kills like the Manson family at the end. But it just, I don't know. It feels like this could have been done in the background and the movie would have been improved. I think there's too much focus on DiCaprio in this film. If you want a Manson family, then I suggest watching Helter Skelter. That is a No More Heroes character. It's hard. This is probably Tarantino's most mid movie, I would say. It's fine. I didn't hate it. It was boring in places and good in other places. There's a lot of feet. If you're into ugly, dirty feet, this is the movie for you for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think the characters are necessarily like super likable. I know there was a bit of a controversy because Brad Pitt's character like fights Bruce Lee in this film. and people were like outraged that he was like fighting on par with Bruce Lee. And apparently Tarantino originally wanted him to beat the shit out of Bruce Lee, and Brad Pitt had to pull Tarantino aside and it's like, hey, it's Bruce Lee. You can't do that. You can't just beat the shit out of Bruce Lee. And to be fair, like a lot of people would agree, it's like, yeah, no, that would be over the line. What are you doing, Tarantino? And like even in interviews nowadays, Tarantino's like, I don't get what the big deal would have been, but apparently everyone's against the idea. And I'm like, yeah. First off, it would be in poor taste because the man's dead, and second off, everyone knows you can't beat up Bruce Lee in a movie. That's not couth.
You can't beat up Bruce Lee in general.
Yeah.
The man is untouchable.
Yeah, so like it's fun like listening about like details about like Tarantino's things. Like Tarantino is very strictly a do it my way or the highway kind of director. I remember like listening to like a Jonah Hill like interview where he talked about working with Tarantino versus God, who was the Wolf of Wall Street director? He's a very famous director. It was Martin Scorsese. And Jonah Hill's like, if I had to choose between working with Scorsese again and working with Tarantino, I would 100% Scorsese. He also called Scorsese the better director, but he's like, because like Tarantino insists you do everything his way, exactly how he wants it. And Tarantino's even said in an interview, your only job is to read my dialogue. Like Tarantino's very do it my way kind of director, whereas Scorsese lets his actors like vamp a little bit. And I think, ironically enough, there is apparently a movie about the Manson family called Helter Skelter in 2004, not confusing at all. I think like the movies where other people have given their input on Tarantino is actually probably his better movies. Like I know the studio's meddled a bit with Pulp Fiction. That's his fucking best movie. And I know there was a little bit of a fucking around with like Kill Bill. That was one of his better movies. Like normally the more someone like Tarantino is a good director. He's very technically skilled. He knows how to write, but like the more like he has a problem with making his movies too long, with like dialogue that he just like is so like self-satisfactory, right? Like masturbatory dialogue where he's just getting off on writing it that it doesn't fucking go anywhere, but he's just so into it because everyone's like stroked his dick and told him he's so good at dialogue that it's just like sometimes it's just there for like no real functional purpose other than he wants to have a fucking dialogue moment. He's in desperate need of an editor and someone to tell him no and just like rein him in, and I think he could make an absolute banger of a film. Like he's got it in him. Like there's a lot of ideas, but because he's reached this like legendary director status, he has this ability where people are just allowing him to vomit directly onto the screen. Sort of like a George Lucas kind of thing, where it's like there's no one to stop him. So he makes a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, when Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with correct feedback and a correct editor could have been a Reservoir Dogs or a Django or anything. And I know Django got fucking had a good amount of studio interference too. And as you said, that's probably your favorite Tarantino film. So
yeah,
like direct interference, like Tarantino's great, but direct interference in this process where sometimes just another person in his room is like, hey, have you considered not being a fucking lunatic for 5 seconds, just makes his movies better. And Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I get the feeling he was just allowed to cut loose, and it's messy and it's confused and it's kind of boring in parts, and that's just what happens when you let Tarantino just be, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of those directors I feel like that needs a leash, like a long leash. Like let him do his thing. For the love of God, don't fucking Zack Snyder his ass, but like give him something just to prevent him from fucking around too much. But
no,
yeah,
that's fair.
It's a mediocre movie, honestly. Like I said, it's messy. There's things to like, but there's very much things to be just absolutely fucking bored with.
Yeah, that's fair. I haven't seen it yet. I still need to watch it.
Well, I've seen every Tarantino movie now, actually. All of them. Even Death Proof.
There you
Excuse
go.
me. But yeah, he said he's finished a script on his 10th movie. So obviously when that comes out, I'll watch it. You know, I want to know. You gotta finish the saga. But
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
but yeah, I'm willing to move on.
All right, let's go.
All right, this brings us to Notorious B.I.G. Life After Death, the second studio album by the Notorious B.I.G., and which I believe released about 2 weeks before he actually died. So there is, I think, at least one or two other albums after this, but like with Tupac, they're mostly posthumous. And the opening of this is like clearly intended to be a sequel of Biggie's original album, Ready to Die, because it starts off with Biggie's best friend talking to him, ominously enough, as he's dying in the hospital. And the opening of the album is Biggie flatlining on the flatlining in the ER room. And you might be like, oh, did that come out after he died? But no, remember, it came out 2 weeks before he died. So that's just fucking, I don't know. That's like
weird.
That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like predictive, and the thing is, like, because this came out actually, like, I think before, or it was 2 weeks after he died, but the thing is, the album would have been finalized, like, because the way printing works, the album had to have been finalized before Biggie died, regardless. So no matter what, this is, like, the name of the album, the fucking opening album, all of this had to have become about before Biggie even died, and yet it's all almost relating to Biggie's death. It's almost prophetic in that way. This album is too goddamn long. And I know I've said that before, but this album is like an hour 20. 2 discs.
What?
Yeah, 2 discs. 13 songs on each disc.
Jesus Christ.
I know I've complained about albums before, but holy shit. This is unending. I'm not afraid to admit that, like I did with that one Tupac album, I listened to this in 2 settings. I listened to disc 1 one day and disc 2 the other day, because I'm not gonna listen to a fucking movie.
That's fair.
I will say that this movie feels like it has a lower concept than Ready to Die. A lot of it's just like, this is some fucking Biggie gangster rap. High quality gangster rap. If anything, I think, like, sonically, I may even prefer this to Ready to Die, but because it's so long, I feel like it's a looser album experience. I think Ready to Die, just being shorter, is just a better, tighter, more listenable experience. Because, again, who the fuck is going to sit down for an hour and 20 unless you're really into music? But yeah, no, it's a good time. Biggie's on his game here. It just sounds good, and with this, it just cements the idea to me that just like, so I'm sorry, all right, Tupac is a legendary rap figure, and he was more than just a rapper. He was an actor, he was a poet, he was a civil rights activist, and he was taken from us just too soon, and we never really know the heights Tupac could have reached. Biggie's better as a musician. Biggie's just a better musician, all right? I'm just gonna say it.
A lot of people agree with that.
Yeah. You know, full respect on Tupac for what he actually accomplished, but just like, I would pick a Biggie album over a Tupac album any goddamn day. And Biggie's great. I don't know if I would call Biggie the greatest of all time. I don't know if he's the GOAT, but the skill and actual talent this man had him as a musician is notable. It is very impressive. Biggie's just very good at what he does, and what he does is spit rhymes. Yeah, just like the flow, the delivery, the wordplay, the puns. Excellent, just masterclass of a rap album. John has walked away right as I was wrapping up, so now it's just you and me, everyone. Oh, Zach, if you want a long album, the Fleming Lips 7 Skies H3. I know there is an album about, like, falling into dementia, and I think it's, like, 10 hours long, and it's, like, I don't I don't fucking have time for this.
All right. Sorry, I forgot to turn my AC on in my room.
Oh no, that's totally fair. How long is Fleming Seven Lip Skies? I'm ready to move on from Life After Death. Like I said, it's not a high concept album like I've reviewed in the past. So there's not really a lot to talk about. It's just like, yeah, let's go rap songs. It's Biggie.
Yeah.
He rap good.
he go,
He go rapper. I enjoy
he
album.
go,
It sound fun. It's very long.
It's too long.
It's too long. It needs to stop.
It's Andre too long.
Recently I had the choice of a Tupac shirt or a Biggie Small shirt. I bought the Biggie. Yeah! Fuck yeah, you did.
There you go.
Alright, I'm ready to move on to the next topic.
All right. Yeah, the last official, not official, but you know. Yeah.
Alright, the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Now, this man's been around for a very long time on YouTube, so I feel like I don't need to give him an introduction.
You kind of don't. He might not have directly inspired me, but he inspired the people who inspired me. And if anything, I think that singular sentence says how long this man has been around.
Yeah.
Like,
I believe his first videos were in 2005. I think it was maybe it was 6. He's in 2005, so he's been around for a very long time. Almost 20 years, in fact, on YouTube, which is pretty crazy if you think about it.
yeah.
So I power watched every season of his up to his new stuff recently because I was feeling nostalgic and I wanted to watch something that would make me laugh, and it just so happened to be him.
Mm-hmm.
And I also noticed gradually while watching this man go from like his original videos to his newer video, the loss of his hair. So I want to have a moment of silence for his receding hairline and also mine. All right. This shit still holds up. Like, it is still funny. Like, I giggled and laughed the entire time watching. I think it's on season 16 now or some shit like that. But like, I think my most favorite episodes of him are when he's actually not talking. Like, I like some like the crazier ones, like the Nintendo Power episode's really good. Like, so like some of the later seasons he kind of goes into like games that are like not bad, but like he kind of missed out on, and I kind of like those episodes a little bit more too, because like he talks about Earthbound, he talks about like Majora's Mask and some like the latest seasons, and they're really good in-depth like reviews that also have like his brand of like why the fuck is this here too, which is really nice. Like, he goes on like a 3-minute rant about the fucking time allotment in fucking Majora's Mask, and I love that. And he like goes on a rant about like why fucking Earthbound wasn't more popular than it was because of the fucking marketing surrounding that game. So it's like, yeah, exactly. Gilbert Gottfried has said fucks. Yeah. The freaking guests he gets on the show are really good. Like, yeah, Gilbert Gottfried's one of them. He had the guy from Trauma, which I can never remember his name off the top of my head. He had fucking Macaulay Culkin do like a fucking Home Alone episode with him.
Macaulay
Like,
Culkin's not that hard to get hold of, actually. He regularly guest stars on Red Letter Media. Actually, like he's one of those. He's almost like a cast member of that show. He shows up so often.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, Lloyd Kaufman. Yeah, I always forget his name, and fucking I hear James Gunn say his name all the time because he's like, I want to be here more for Lloyd. But anyways, it's still one, in my opinion, one of the best produced shows over time on YouTube, because you can tell the man like really cares about the editing, like the scripting, everything. Like, it looks like an actual like show you would find on TV for being such an in-house type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he does an episode where he like spoofs fucking Fear and Loathing, and it's phenomenal. Like, it's really good. Like, so like some of the latest seasons get like really creative and like really cool, and it's fun to, it was fun to watch everything up to now, because it was that like natural evolution from like when he first started, and it was like, you know, like just shitty like After Effects, like VFX and stuff like that, and then like like just these like normal like straight lace camera work and stuff like that. And then you get to like the middle of like the seasons, and that's when he like does his own movie and stuff like that. And after like the movie point, you can see the production of his own show just like drastically increase too. Um, it's it's great. Like it's something that I watch. I probably power watch AVGN like once every year, just because it's still entertaining to me, and it's always gonna be funny, regardless. Like I can watch like the first three seasons, like I've probably seen like a million times, like just over and over again, and just listen to his fucking rants about the same games I've heard like over and over again. It's great. I recommend it. If nobody's ever actually watched it all, just give it a watch. It's great. It's good shit. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. No,
Great
I've
series.
I've probably seen. I kind of stopped watching before he got into the PS1 era, but like when he clearly was stretching the absolute limits of the SNES era, and he seemed like he was struggling to figure it out what to keep going.
Yeah, that's why I think like when after like you can tell like he's like, I gotta do like an Xbox game here. I gotta do like a Dreamcast game here, and he stops limiting himself. That's when it kind of like opens up a little bit more.
Yeah. I kind of like fell off right when you could like tell he's like, what the fuck do I do now?
Yeah, but like that's the thing. Like he's like, what the fuck do I do now? But he like there's like an episode or two where he kind of like stumbles a little bit, but then he picks it back up like immediately.
No, I
Which is
imagine. I imagine once he like broke the dam on 64 games and PS1 games, and you mentioned like original Xbox. Once he like breaks the dam on original Xbox games, I imagine he was like, oh fucking thank God, I have so
yeah,
much I can do now.
yeah, like literally though, like the Seaman episode's fucking 10 out of 10. It's so good. Like the Pepsi Man episode, also a solid one. He gets the guy from the fucking like game in the show too, which is really nice. And they fucking do like a Terminator spoof. It's fucking great. These fucking things should be no, that's a good rant. Like he's iconic, and like thank you James Ralph for just being great. Also, I like your the games that you helped that you produce and stuff. I like those. Yeah, the AVGN games are fun too. Shout out to the AVGN games too.
Well, that actually brings 2 points that directly spin off this. Before we get into it, by the way, I'm gonna have to pee because I'm gonna wet myself. Um, but two spin-off topics, if you unless you have anything else to discuss about this
Nope.
specific thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't his first video or one of his first videos the Simon's Quest video for like Castlevania?
That was his first video.
Right. So have you seen the trailer? It dropped today. The new Castlevania Nocturne trailer.
I did. I actually watched it right before I started getting ready. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty interesting. I'm skeptically optimistic. I don't know if they can recapture what they did in the original Castlevania, but
I still need to finish that one, but now I have a reason. So
yeah. Well, it's really good. So yeah, especially I think they nailed it with the last season. So I'm really interested to see where they're going with that one. It looks like French Revolution, almost because they mentioned like a queen and there's like vampires in French during the French Revolution. I'm like, is Marie Antoinette a villain in this? Is that what's happening? Vampire Marie Antoinette? What is happening?
I'm definitely yeah. I'm actually I think I'm gonna start Castlevania. I watched like half of it, so I think I'm gonna restart it tomorrow. So I can watch that when it comes out in September or whatever.
Well, coincidentally, possibly one of my favorite anime is Rose of Versailles, which is also set in the same period around Marie Antoinette. So, you ever just want to watch a classic anime? Go watch Rose of Versailles.
Fair enough.
But anyway, yeah, that was point one, was Castlevania Nocturne. Point two I was going to actually talk about is related to internet series that have been long running since 2004, but also ironically also related to Angry Video Game Nerd, because there was a brief ownership like overlap in licensing, which is Rooster Teeth, if you're familiar with that company, has announced the final season of Red vs. Blue.
Yeah.
which is fucking nuts to me. Also, apparently Rooster Teeth is asking for like Twitter to be like, hey, post about how much you want like Ruby season 10. So it seems like to me Rooster Teeth's gonna die soon, but the final season of Red vs. Blue is a fucking big deal. And what's even bigger deal is, despite the fact that he left the company years ago, in fact they all did, it seems like they're getting like Bernie Burns will be back as the writer, and they got Matt Hullum, who also left the company, back as the director. Like, it seems like, I don't know what they're going to do with Joel Heyman, if they're going to get him back playing Caboose. I don't know if he'd be willing to, but if we could get a full cast reunion for the final season of Red vs. Blue, I'd flip my shit.
That would be pretty cool, yeah.
I recently bought the first 13 seasons of Red vs. Blue, because I always thought season 13 should just be the end of Red vs. Blue. Season 10's a good ending. Season 13 would be like the best ending I've ever seen, and I always thought going to season 14 was a mistake. And it looks like, from what people have said, it seems like they fully intend to completely retcon every season after 13 to just never have happened. So it seems like even like Bernie agrees with me, which is like, yeah, we should not have gone past 13. I don't know what we were thinking.
That's fair, yeah.
It was a mistake. 13 was the end of the show for sure.
I know, it's crazy to think that we, like, especially me, like, I've been watching both those shows since I was like a teenager. Like,
I never knew you were a Red vs. Blue fan. How have we never talked about this?
We might have, yeah, because it's funny that you mentioned Caboose. Actually, I actually played Halo 3 with him.
Oh, with Joel Heyman? Oh, fun.
And I didn't even know it was him until like we randomly, like, we were all in an Xbox Live party group, and we were talking about Red vs. Blue, and he's like, I gotta tell you guys something, and I'm like, what? And he like told me his name and stuff, and I'm like, wait, are you really? And like, yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm the voice of Caboose, and I'm like, no way.
Yeah.
Like, totally, I casually played Xbox with him.
Well, the craziest thing about Joel Heyman is, like, when you hear him just, like, talk, he just sounds like a guy.
Yeah.
Like, his Caboose voice sounds insane, but his I'm a human person voice sounds completely like a normal guy.
Yeah, it was like, it was really funny because, you know, like, of course everyone's like, yeah, well, we don't believe it. And he just started like doing the voice. I'm like, that's like too accurate. To, like,
yeah.
Like, it's really good. He's like, yeah, he's like, you know, I work with these guys, blah blah blah, and stuff like that. And he's like, I just didn't want to say anything because, you know, I didn't want you guys to, like, be weird or anything. I'm like, that's fucking awesome, dude. What do you mean be weird? That's great.
Yeah.
And like, I was like, I think I was 17 at the time too, so like, it was like the coolest shit to me. I was just like playing with this like internet celebrity, basically.
Yeah. Well, so it's a bit of a, I'm not sure if you know this, but Red vs. Blue is the longest running sci-fi series in America.
Wow.
Yeah. And because Star Wars took such a huge hiatus, remember? It's actually, I believe, the second longest running sci-fi series in the world, beat only by Doctor Who, yeah, which so completely outclasses it that the gap
like
is hopeless.
Yeah, it's got 1,000 seasons. Nobody would beat it.
But yeah, so it's impressive. So I'm scared. The thing is, it's been so long since Bernie and Matt and the crew have actually been working on Red vs. Blue. I'm skeptical if they still have it in them, but I've been pleasantly surprised whenever anyone gets back in the saddle in the past. So, and like, worst case scenario, I have the first 13 seasons on Blu-ray, so I can just ignore it if it sucks, I guess.
That's true, yeah.
Just like, no, 13 was the end. there was nothing past 13.
We were kind of having that conversation at work too about like the new season of Futurama.
Yeah,
like, I'm a huge Futurama fan. And,
by all means, you should be.
Yeah, and it's ended twice now, so I'm like,
three times, isn't it?
Is it 3 times?
I think it is.
I'll say it's got like 2 definitive endings. So
yeah, for sure. Well, I think one of them was unceremonious. I think it was like an abrupt cancellation.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
But like,
I might be misremembering my Futurama lore, but I think it's actually 3 times.
I think you might be right, but I remember like, well, because they got
there's 2 endings for sure.
Yeah. which both of the endings perfect. Like, but I'm I know it just came out. I haven't watched it yet because I'm like kind of nervous to watch it, honestly.
No, I'm with you. Honestly, I agree. I feel the same way about Futurama. I do Red versus Blue season 19, which is, I'll see what you're doing with this. We'll see if you still got it in you.
Agreed. Yeah. That's on my list. I think I'm gonna watch Castlevania next. So
yes, no, it's a very good watch. I think season 2 is a bit weak, but I think it really picks up post season 2. I think the finale is fucking fantastic.
Oh, for Castlevania.
Yeah, for Castlevania. Yeah. For Red vs. Blue, I think it's solid until the first... I think Red vs. Blue is a great watch until Season 10, and then I think 11, 12, 13 are actually kind of rough, believe it or not, despite the fact that I also bought them on Blu-ray. But I think the ending of Season 3 is so fucking good that I think it makes up for the fact that the 3 seasons preceding it were... Because the 3 seasons preceding it are a trilogy, I think it makes up for wherever the trilogy lacked. I think the ending was so unbelievably... Like, it is the best ending I've ever seen. For season 13, which is why I'm like, why, like when they were like, oh, we're making a Red vs. Blue season 14, I'm like, why are you making a Red vs. Blue season 14?
Excuse me, why?
Yeah, it's very much like like Avengers Endgame scenario where it's like you could just not do it though, and I'd be okay with that. You don't need to keep going. You ended it amazingly. It's so hard, especially, and this isn't necessarily like a Red vs. Blue thing, but I think it's especially for like creative types, especially when money gets involved in the creation of art, for people to just be like, the story is told, we need to stop. And it becomes very hard for people to be like, okay, I think that's good. I think we're done.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Yeah, because sometimes the ending's just the ending, and sometimes years down the line, the studios will be like, "No, keep going with it. I know you did a great ending, but keep going with it. We'll see what happens." And then it gets driven directly into the fucking floor. And then sometimes you just have to. And then when the money is gone, the studio throws money at the original creators and is like, "Hey, we fucked your show up. Can you fix it?" And then sometimes the originals have to come in, and sometimes you just got to roll the dice, and we got to see what they got. Right? Sometimes you gotta see if there can be a new fucking season of Futurama or Red versus Blue or Castlevania. King of the Hill. Oh my god, are they really?
Yeah, but I trust Mike Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
He made a show after King of the Hill, which is like very not good.
What?
The like vegetarian liberal family one, which is like King of the Hill, but they're all like Democrats.
No idea which one that is.
Good.
You mean Silicon Valley, and I love Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
I will talk about the show for days. I love that show. Also, a very good ending to that show.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta have faith. Like sometimes something really good comes out of it, and then like if we're looking at video games, like sometimes Ego will drop a bloodstain, and then sometimes the fucking creator of Mega Man will drop a Mighty Number 9, and everyone hates it. So.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Is the point. It's like
we don't. I still to this day have not touched that game.
Every time someone fucking nails it, there's one other person that got brought back that just didn't have the juice in the tank anymore. You know what I'm saying?
The rule was that if I ever get it like randomly gifted, like if I buy like a Steam key thing or whatever, and I just randomly get Mighty Number 9, I have to play it, but I'm never gonna buy it.
Nice. No.
I've scrolled by it so many times, like on a Steam sale, and I just refused to buy
I have similar rules.
Yeah, it's been on Game Pass. I just scroll by it. Just like, no thanks, man. I have my limit.
Yeah. Well, that's what I had. Those are the because briefly Rooster Teeth had the AVGN like video game licensing rights, if not the entire show, I think. Then they got bought out, and then the company that bought them got bought out, and then that company got bought out, and then I think like Warner Brothers owns them, which is not the company you want owning you.
Yeah.
But I'm I'm good. Do you have anything to add about AVGN? I guess this is your topic. I was gonna say I'm good to move on, and I'm like, wait, this isn't my topic.
No, yeah, let's move on. Love him. Thank you, James.
Yes, it is a good show for the record. I'll give a thumbs up for AVGN.
Thank you for 18 years of laughs.
Yeah. Before we move on, I have to pee, like real bad. All
right, I'll keep everyone entertained.
No, you won't. We're going on hiatus. We tried this before, and I purposely left the cut in the podcast. You're like, I'll keep everyone entertained. And I'm like, I'm trusting you on this. And you were so fucking boring. You tried for 5 seconds, gave up, and were on your phone the entire time. And I just left it in the final cut of the podcast to shame you. So no, you won't. We're going on break.
All right, fine. I'll just sit here.
All right. And we should be back.
We are back.
Okay, so we are going to kick us into Anime Dartboard, the segment of the podcast where we randomly select a 350-minute maximum anime that is English dubbed, and we held a discussion on it, like an anime book club. Normally I would, especially for the finale, I would try and do something like kind of fun and like I used to do, but the thing is, like, it's going to be it's going to be like a month or two before we're back with Anime Dartboard anyway, before the show resumes. So I want to make sure people actually know what the show is about before I get a little fun with it. So you can probably expect the same thing next time we do the show, is a little fun Anime Dartboard thing. Another thing, Anime Dartboard is actually the main reason that if the podcast didn't happen today, like, I'm fucked. I need to do my whole low upload schedule, because my upload schedule was like based around like the fact that this goes up on Sundays, or I'm up shit creek. So I'm glad that this happened, or I was fucked.
Yeah, luckily. So we did have like a really bad rainstorm today, and like when I was done cooking dinner, like my lights started like flickering and stuff like that. I'm like, I swear to fucking God, if I lose power, and I gotta be like, hey Zach, like I don't have power. Like I was gonna lose it. So like I waited like 30 minutes, and everything was fine. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna turn my computer on now, and just hope for the best.
Yeah, I had a rain problem also, and I was like, oh, there better not be some lightning going on there, but it may.
Yeah, we had like the whole thing. We had like tornado warnings and shit today.
Oh, that's way worse than what I had. But yeah, so because I have a bunch of videos ready for upload, but I have the schedule, and I needed to make sure that this could go up on a Sunday in order for my schedule to be properly aligned, because there's a second season of Aldnoah.Zero, which was the anime we selected for this, and I want to make sure that the second season of this goes up after my review of the first season, because I watched the second season of this, by the way. And yeah, if that didn't happen, I'd have to fucking throw my whole schedule out and just fucking redo everything, and it'd be a goddamn process. So luckily everything will be on schedule. Yay! Woo! This is quite literally the last possible day for everything to be on schedule, because this, I think, is the last week of content I have. So uploaded properly. No, I have next week, which is like Overlord or some shit, but other than that, this is the last week of content I have. So yeah, absolutely up shit creek otherwise. Anyway, we watched Aldnoah.Zero as our randomly selected anime. John, what did you think of Aldnoah.Zero?
I remember liking it.
You remember liking it? Interesting.
Yeah.
Would you like to elaborate?
Big robot.
Big robot. Well, you're supposed to take notes on this. You've been saying you were doing that. So there's no notes, is there? Is there, John? There's no notes. There's no notes. This is fucking boring. This wasn't very good. I completely disagree. I didn't like it at all. I appreciate that the Martians were so fucking batshit powerful that the main character was like, well, I'm gonna use a training mech as my primary mech because it has lighter armor, and it's just like, well, why would I use a heavier armored military mech if the armor is just going to slow me down and not stop any attacks? Like, they really justify him using a training module as like, well, it's faster. And the armor does nothing. Like, if the armor does nothing, he's completely right. Just take it off.
There's no need for this anymore.
If it's not protecting you, it's just slowing you down. Which is why his mech is fucking orange. Um, yeah, for season one, I think it was a bit interesting. I almost think that, and this becomes a bigger issue in season two. Actually, it becomes season one makes it become an issue in season two, which is that the Martians are too powerful. Like, a single Martian mech will just fuck everyone to pieces in the show, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Like, they all have one very arbitrary weakness, but if they ever were to send two of these mechs against like Earth, or three at the one time in season one, it's fucking game, right? Could you imagine if the fucking dude that just deletes everything from reality while walking was to show up at the same time as like the fucking like chick that could duplicate herself or something? It'd be game. It'd be fucking hopeless.
Yeah.
And they never do that in season one. They do it in season two, but in season two, they're just like, for some reason, Earth is just better in season two. Like, for some reason, the mechs stop becoming a thing. I don't know. It's stupid. But yeah, I kind of appreciated the princess at the beginning, but they don't really end up doing with anything with this. But yeah, like the whole thing is like, and then there's like the orbital bombardment. I'm not like the opening with the landing castles and the orbital bombardments makes it seem like it's game over. Earth has absolutely no hope of withstanding the Martian attack, and yet for some reason it always seems like there's just more Earth forces getting pulled directly out of the characters' assholes. Like, did you feel like that, where it's like, where are all these people coming from?
Yeah, they would just show up.
Like, it opens with a fucking meteor nuking the shit out of like Nolans, and it's like, okay, so like, how is this still happening though? Like, where are they getting all these Earthlings from? And like the big decisive switch in like the war and how well they're progressing is the ability to like move that one airship, but like Earth is a big sized planet. Like, how are they? I don't know how that warship was supposed to do anything. I don't know. And I kind of, I don't know. Season two delves a little bit more about the Earth guy who lives on Mars, like the blonde one. I don't remember his name. And his like motivations, but his ability to like protect the guy who betrayed the princess at the beginning, it always just felt like a weird decision to me, to be honest.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, it felt very out of place.
Mm-hmm.
But big robots.
But big robots, yeah. I think some of the robots are cool. I think the concept of a landing castle is sick as shit. It's like a mixture between just like a relativistic kill vehicle, and like a carrier, which is just like the ability to like turn a carrier into a goddamn nuclear weapon is bonkers. Right? You just drop your carrier from space. I've never seen that. It's a cool if anything, I think might be the coolest concept in season one. Now, I will say, this is just... Did you watch season two, for the record? Do you have anything
No,
to
I
say?
did.
No. You did?
I did not.
You did not. Then I'll say the coolest thing in season two. This is a little taste for you. One of the enemies uses lasers as an attack, which is of course a directed energy weapon, and so they use the ship to target him by like sort of coordinating his position, and they're able to hit him with mortars because they attack him from beyond. Like, they were firing the shots up into the air and then curving them down towards him, and he wasn't able to hit them because the curvature of the Earth was getting in the way. Because lasers just move directly forward, but mortars curve up and turn around. So they were firing over the Earth's curvature to hit him, and he couldn't hit them because they were taking cover behind the fucking planet.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I mean, that's sick as shit. That is the best thing in the entire series. Is using planet Earth as your cover.
Yeah, that could work.
Oh, but yeah, you said you remember kind of liking it. I thought the show was fucking mediocre. It also borrows very heavily from Mobile Suit Gundam. Like, it's very much influenced by Mobile Suit Gundam. where
Big robot.
there's like a colony that exists out in space that rebels against like Earth, and the colony in space has superior technology. And there's a ambiguous blonde boy who is the star for the completely Japanese main protagonist, who uses like a fucking training mech to fend off against. It's Gundam. There's like it's just, and like the princess of the enemy country ends up like working with the main character against her own side, which is very similar to Scylla working against Zeon in Mobile Suit Gundam. Like it's very very similar to Mobile Suit Gundam, like the original Gundam 79. Like it's like very heavily influenced by it. Not just like the robot thing, but like even the story and characters. Gen Urobuchi's bootleg a Gundam. No, honestly, I think it. I don't want to call it a ripoff. I think there's enough unique aspects about Aldnoah.Zero that I couldn't fully call it a ripoff. But I think calling it Gen Urobuchi's bootleg a Gundam is probably an accurate enough statement. It's like Gen Urobuchi's like, I'm gonna make a Gundam, and then Gen Urobuchi made Gundam. is what this kind of feels like. It's like he wanted to do a throwback to original Gundam without the license to Gundam.
Big robot.
Big robot, yeah. Oh, and you might be wondering, hey, Sack, you've actually seen the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Did Gen Urobuchi make a better series than original Gundam? Not even goddamn close. Not even in the same fucking ballpark as Gundam.
Other big robots.
Bigger robots, actually. I'm pretty sure Gundam are bigger than the thing. Sorry, mobile suits, because Gundam aren't the name of the mechs in Gundam. Gundam are very specific mobile suits. Very specific mechs in the Gundam series. But yeah, I believe mobile suits are actually larger than the mechs in this series.
Oh.
You'd be shocked how big a fucking Gundam is.
I got a couple around the room.
You come up to a Gundam's toe.
Tarantino will love it.
Yeah, well.
Full circle.
So yeah, I actually think mobile suits are like way bigger than these things, which is fine. Honestly, like because mobile suits are designed to fight in space, so it's fine. But like we're talking like Earth-based ground combat. If anything, mobile suits I actually feel are a bit too big. I think this is more real. Like a smaller mech like you would see in this is a lot more useful for fighting in like cities and small areas because
like Robotech.
Huh?
Like Robotech.
Fuck you. So you probably don't know my issue with Robotech. There is an anime called Macross, and Robotech. It like allow me to describe how fucked up Robotech is. I want you to just imagine this is Dragon Ball, right? Imagine someone had the license to Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super. Now I want you to decide that they were too lazy to adapt all three, and so they decided to take all three shows and just jam them awkwardly together to make one show. That's what Robotech is.
Fair enough.
Robotech is like a fucking horrifying chimera of Macross.
Fun game though.
Huh?
Play the shit out of the
game. Is it a solid? I have not played the game.
It's on GameCube. I played the fuck out of it.
Oh, okay. The horrifying Macross chimera.
Plane. You can be a robot, or you can be a half robot, half plane.
There's a video. Hold on. This is. I'll cut this out of the like end game podcast, but I have to show John this video. For those at home, you need to look up the video. Minmay gets swifty.
Take off your pants and your panties. Sit on the floor. Time to get swifty and panty. I hate that I love this so much.
That was the right video, correct?
Yeah.
There we go. Have you seen that episode of Rick and Morty?
Yeah.
Well, all right then. So guess what? You get the joke, and also guess what? There you go. That's the plot of Macross. I'm not even joking. That's Macross right there.
Cross was released in English once by ADV in the 2000s, and copies would cost you $900. No, thank you.
Anyway, yeah, that's Macross basically. This is just that one Rick and Morty episode. Okay. Anyway, I'm ready to move on from Aldnoah.Zero. I think describing as Generabuchi's bootleg, Generabuchi's bootleg Gundam is probably the best way to go about it.
Yeah.
So this is the Cold Topic finale. So I'm going to continue on with Anime Dartboard. We will be seeing it in Dialogue Tree, so it won't be next month, but probably the month after that. We will be expected to have already seen the new episode of whatever anime is selected. We're going to keep the same rules, exact same rules, so everyone can participate, because I think they're decently solid rules. Honestly, I think they're reasonable, and you can have a discussion. I will be continuing on with the series. John, I assume you're done. I assume you will not be continuing on with Anime Dartboard.
I might join every once in a while, when you do your thing.
Okay.
If I have time.
Yeah.
Sitting down to watch 12 to 13 episodes kind of sucks sometimes.
Yeah. All right. So let's give it a go. Let's see what's gonna come up. We're gonna shuffle for the final Cold Topic Anime Dartboard selection.
The last one.
And we get... I know a certain someone in the comments that just lost her fucking mind.
What is it?
Project Echo.
Oh. Interesting.
Okay. Project Echo. 16 years after its destruction by a meteor, Graviton City has been rebuilt into a futuristic metropolis. However, this is of little concern to superpowered high school student Eiko Megami, who only cares about her best friend Shiko Kotobuki and arriving at school on time. Unfortunately, the incredibly intelligent Biko Daitokuji intends to befriend Shiko, taking Eiko's place as Shiko's best friend using any means she can. Biko decides that to accomplish this, she must defeat Eiko in combat. In order to overcome her super strength and speed, Biko creates a mecha and challenges Eiko in front of their school gate. As the two commence their battle, an extremely large spaceship hovers over Earth, searching for something left behind. This is created by Studio APPP, which I have quite literally never heard of, and has made... Oh my goddess! And I guess the original Hokuto no Shinken. Wow, I've genuinely never fucking heard of this studio before. This is fucking and a small amount of porn, it looks like.
Yeah.
Came out in 1986 and was directed by Katsuhiko Nishijima. It's an hour 23-minute movie, and it has the action, adventure, comedy, and sci-fi tags. And I don't know what Katsuhiko Nishijima created. He made... He made Aika. He made this. He made... Wow, fucking nothing I have heard of. He made this. This is what this man has made. He has made this, basically.
He made stuff, you know.
Okay, yeah, Project Echo. John, I assume you're not watching, but if you were watching, how do you think you'd be feeling about it?
50-50. I feel like I'm not but maybe I won't. I don't know.
I know Maid's a big fan, and actually, now where we're at it, we could probably call her out and see what she gave it. Looks like a 10 out of 10, but my other two friends on Mal gave it a 7 and a 5, respectively.
Those are some broad numbers.
And it has an average score of 6.85, which, as we all know on Mal, is coin flip territory.
Mm-hmm.
So,
50-50.
you could get anything from this. This could be anything. Who fucking knows with Project Echo? I'm optimistic. I think it could be a fun time. I generally love like dumb 80s like action comedy stuff. So I guess we'll fucking find out. I'm looking forward to it. But I'm ready to call dartboard there, unless you got anything to add about Project Echo.
Maybe I'll watch it.
Maybe you'll watch it. Well,
if I can find it easily.
I have a dartboard discussion tab for you too. It's probably on RetroArch, I'd imagine, or not RetroArch, Retro Crush, I think.
Probably.
I have a discussion tab if you'd like to discuss it. It's literally what it's there for. I have an entire discussion tab dedicated to dartboard that no one actually uses because no one watches dartboard but me.
Fair enough.
All right, so I think we're good to say our cold topic goodbyes. Personally,
yeah. Why don't you go first?
Yeah, it's been a long ride, everyone. I think it's been a good time. It's been almost 3 years. We've had a lot of specials. Had a lot of fun segments that I all came up with. And you know what, everyone? Thanks for watching. You know what? I hope you had as good of a time as I did.
Yeah, I second that. Thank you for the last 3 years. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your input. Thank you for the jokes in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm just never gonna give this up, you know.
Sure. And I guess, John, are you prepared?
Zach,
do you have it pulled up? Is it zeroed out?
It's ready to go, man.
All right. Well, then there's only one way to end this, and I think you and I both know. In 3, 2, 1.
I love it.
We're no strangers to love.
We're no strangers to love, baby.
You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. And if you ask me how I'm feeling, don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Ooh, give you up. Ooh, give you up. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give give you up. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and hurt you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna tell a lie. Never
All right.
and desert you.
That was 10 out of 10.